office if you'd like to sit down. Thank you. Okay, please come in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Sabalai Swagatsa. Welcome to this event. Very good to see you all, and thank you for making the effort to come along. I think we'll have a few more people will be joining us shortly. But I would like to start off this presentation, first of all, by introducing myself. I think I've met most of you, but for those of you who don't know me, my name's Nick Hinton, and I'm the chairman of the Britain-Nepal Society. And we're helping to organize this event. But I would like particularly to say thank you to His Excellency the Chargé d'Affaires, Mr. Bipin Duwadi, and to his team for hosting us here, and also for the tremendous support that they've given us at this event, and I have to say many other events as well. So thank you very much indeed, really appreciate it. The aim today is to identify the challenges that Nepali students in this country have, and to try and identify solutions. And I put the emphasis on the solutions part. With that in mind, do please note that in the briefing pack of papers that was handed out when you arrived, there is a folio which has what I call the discussion framework, which has some suggested solutions that we might want to consider. These aren't mandatory, they're not prescriptive, we don't have to adopt them, but they're intended to be suggestions that you might like to consider during the day, so that at the end of the day, if you like, we have some coat hooks on which we can hang our ideas. So please, during the day, do have a look at that and consider what's in there. The second thing I'd like to say is that this conference is not an end in itself. We won't finish the day and end everything and all go home and forget about it. The whole point of this is that it's a kickoff. And what I'm hoping will happen is that at the end of the day, we'll have a much better idea of the different work streams that we want to look into, and that we will follow through on that in a group of discussions or work stream activities that will continue to develop the ideas we come up with. So please don't think of this day as an end in itself. It's very definitely a beginning rather than an end. Please do also bear in mind that a lot of the work that's been done up to now has been by volunteers. In fact, almost all of the work has been done by volunteers. We will, however, during the day, identify things which will require resourcing in terms of people and in terms of money. So when you are thinking about what it would be nice to have and what we should do please bear in mind that there is quite often a price tag associated with these things. So when you bring forward ideas in discussion, do please also give some consideration towards how they're going to be resourced. And if you individually would like to step forward and volunteer, then you'd be most welcome. A couple of other things. Time is limited today, but there will be the opportunity for you to make any points you have if you're not a speaker in the discussions this afternoon. For those of you who do have speaking slots this morning, I would ask you to be brief and do the best you can to stay within the 10 minutes allocated. Otherwise, lunch will be delayed, I'm sorry. I would also recommend that during the lunch break, you use the opportunity to network. One of the great things about today's event is that we've got a very wide range of stakeholders who are participating in order to get the maximum number of different perspectives on this set of issues. So do take the opportunity to move around, introduce yourselves to each other, and exchange ideas. That's very much part of today's event. I have put a box of post-it notes at the back there, and if you feel so inclined or don't want to stand up and talk in the discussions this afternoon, do feel free to jot down any thoughts you've got on a post-it note and just stick it on the mirror at the back there, and we'll collect them all afterwards. So if you're feeling a bit shy, that's how you can get your point across. The conference is being live streamed. I hope that's okay for everybody. It's being live streamed from the website, and I would welcome anybody who is looking at the live stream at the moment and say thank you very much for logging in. There will be a follow-up report on the conference, drawing the conclusions and the next steps out of the discussions we have today, and that will include a confirmed list of attendees. I mentioned it in the brief I sent out to you all, but if you don't want your contact details put in that attendance list, please let me or one of the other people who are organizing the event today know, and we'll make sure that it's excluded. One final point. At the back of the room, we have got some merchandise, Britain Nepal branded merchandise. This is a charitable activity. I am also the chairman of the Britain Nepal Charitable Trust, and one of our fundraising activities is to produce and sell Britain Nepal branded merchandise. All the profits go to good causes. All the profits go to NGOs, British NGOs that work in Nepal. So if you feel like buying a beanie hat or a hoodie or a cap or a t-shirt or a polo shirt, please talk to the two ladies at the back, Rachel and Meda, and I'm sure they'll be very happy to sell you whatever you would like to buy. Again, welcome to you all. Thank you very much for joining. I'd now like to hand over to His Excellency the Chargé d'Affaires to say one or two words.
Thank you. Dhanyabad. So, good morning and namaste, everyone. Chairman of Britain Nepal Society, Mr. Nick Hinton, Joint Secretary and spokesperson from Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Mr. Shiva Sapkota is remotely joining with us. Mr. Diego Moroso, Director from the British Embassy in Kathmandu, Mr. Rustam Modi, Director from the British Council, Nepal. Both of them are connected to us remotely. President of NRNA UK, Mr. Rajendra Pradaseni, Professor Sarah Parker from Britain Nepal Academic Council, CEO of Britain Nepal Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Save, representatives of Nepali community, media persons, colleagues from Ministry of Education and Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Kathmandu. They are connected remotely, and from Home Office and Foreign Office in UK, they are here in person. Student representatives from various universities, colleagues from Embassy, and dear participants. Namaste, a very good morning and good afternoon in Nepal, and welcome to you all in today's conference. First of all, I would like to thank Nick for his valuable contribution to this program. He has proven that a responsible community organization always stands with its people and addresses their concerns. Thank you, MJ and Britain Nepal Society team. You truly deserve our appreciation. Please give them a huge round of applause. Distinguished participants, today we are here to discuss the concerns of Nepali students in the UK. We are aware that in recent years, thousands of Nepali students have come to the UK to pursue their higher education. Many of them have performed excellently and achieved remarkable academic success. Staying at UK universities is often a rewarding experience, one that significantly contributes to their future career. However, alongside these successes, we have also witnessed the struggles faced by many of our students. As international students, they often find it challenging to acclimatize to a new environment. Their difficulties range from homesickness to managing living costs, paying tuition fees on time, finding part-time jobs to support themselves financially, and meeting deadlines for assignments and term papers, among many other challenges. Due to these pressures, some students find it extremely difficult to cope, especially since many have never faced such situations while living with their parents back home. In some unfortunate cases, students have reached to a position to return Nepal, or we have had to facilitate visa processes for their parents to visit the UK to provide emotional and mental support. Many times, with the help of Nepali community, we have rescued them from different public places and sent them back to Nepal. We have also observed that some universities lack a human touch when dealing with international students. In many cases, there are insufficient support mechanisms in the universities, including the lack of grievance handling and guidance services. We are currently assessing such universities or colleges that have failed to address the genuine concern of Nepali students, and the government will take necessary steps at an appropriate time. Parents also have an important role to play in this cycle. They need to be more responsible and realistic, carefully assessing their children's choices, the family's financial capacity, and the emotional readiness of their children before sending them to UK. Emotional support, guidance, and counseling are just as important as financial preparation. Education consultancies may also act more responsibly. Instead of presenting only an idealized picture of life in the UK, they should provide honest and practical counseling about real life challenges the students may face after their arrival in the UK. Moreover, they should play an active role in assisting students when issues arise at their universities. Students themselves must be well informed about UK immigration policies, rules, and regulations. This brings us to an important question: where should students seek help when they face problems? Depending on the nature of the issue, students can reach out to the Metropolitan Police, student unions in their universities, the Office for Students, the Office of the Independent Adjudicator for Higher Education, Citizens Advice, solicitors, or the educational consultancies that refer them to their universities. In addition, a joint initiative by NEPSUC, BNS, and several academicians from Nepal has established a helpline via email and telephone. Students are encouraged to reach out for guidance. The embassy is always there to assist you as and when needed. You may also seek support from NRNA and other Nepali diaspora community representatives, leaders. They may assist you, as per the problem you face. So before I conclude, I would like to thank you all for attending this important event. It is already late afternoon in Nepal. I truly appreciate your patience and attentiveness to join with us remotely. We will also hear further from our speakers and panelists later today. So I look forward for your constructive participation. And thank you once again for coming here and paying your interest to our people, our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. We now get to the technologically challenging part of the day, in which we will try and use the WebEx link to get 3 speakers from Nepal. And first up is Mr. Diego Moroso from the British Embassy. The British ambassador was going to speak. Unfortunately, other commitments meant that he couldn't, and so Mr. Moroso has very kindly stepped in. I have to say I've seen the background brief, and he was given some very concise instructions by the ambassador about what he was to say, so we'll see whether he follows those instructions or not. Can we get Mr. Moroso up on the screen? Hello, Diego, can you hear me?
Yes, Sabra Namaskar. Hopefully everybody can hear me there.
Yes, hello. We can see you up on the screen, and hopefully you can see us as well.
Yes, I can.
Excellent. Well, Diego, thank you very much for standing in, and the floor is yours. So thank you very much indeed.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Embassy and the Britain-Nepal Society for bringing us all together today. A remarkable gathering of Nepali and UK colleagues deeply caring about the well-being and success of Nepali students in the UK. I guess this itself is a powerful message of pastoral empathy, one the ambassador, as you mentioned, Nick, was keen to underline, and one I'm very happy to carry forward. On his behalf, I lead the British Embassy portfolio on social sectors, which includes work and education, so I recognize a few names and faces here, and this is also a topic that resonates closely for me as someone who studied and specialized away from my home country and identified with many of the challenges students abroad face. The agenda mentioned a presentation, but for me it's mostly about delivering some insight on how the British Embassy in Kathmandu is thinking about this topic on behalf of the ambassador. And as many here know, the number of young Nepalis opting to study overseas has grown quickly, and Nepal is now among the leading sources of students adding to the UK each year. 17,000 visas, I understand, issued in the first 9 months last year alone. Even a small percentage of the students in country in difficulties translate into a significant number of young people needing support, and that is why today is not just an interesting discussion, is an essential one for all us concerned with students' well-being. Our focus, above all, is on students who risk falling through the net, as my ambassador likes to frame it, those who find themselves struggling quietly amidst academic pressure, cultural adjustment, financial stress, or emotional isolation. I was discussing with the ambassador, actually in preparation for this meeting. We agreed that while the issues are not the norm at UK university, they can and do happen, even within well-resourced institutions, and when they do, the consequence can be quite serious. That is why this conference can help stitch up those gaps so that Nepali students in the UK don't have to face these challenges alone. So this requires coordination, which is always the magical words we use in these settings, but so difficult to make a reality. One of the strongest messages when I was going through the briefing documents is that the landscape of support is currently somewhat fragmented. As Chargé d'Affaires, Mr. Duwadi mentioned, there are different actors doing good work, but often on separate tracks. So today's conference, as Nick said, can be the start of a process that brings us together and those tracks together, building a consensus of what these problems are and shaping the roadmap for action that can extend beyond the conference today. The challenges are indeed wide-ranging. I mentioned above, academic, social, emotional students often struggles with teaching styles, unfamiliar assessment systems, confusions around visas, the very human experience actually being far from home. And just during my Christmas break, I was chatting with a friend of mine from Cambridge, an associate professor, about our respective student lives. And she was mentioning how she wanted to escape Cambridge for her undergraduate studies, probably because her father was also a professor there. And went to London, so not very far, and found herself lost in this giant city where she struggled to find the right social and emotional support. And we're talking about a well-traveled British student in the UK, so we can imagine how it all means for someone landing in a different country and different academic framework. I don't want to repeat what was already said and discuss the details of specific initiatives that will probably be covered next by our dear friend, Mr. Sapkota, and my British Council neighbor in Nepal, Mr. Modi. My contribution today on behalf of the ambassador is just to reinforce what sits around and beyond those initiatives. So for us, the heart of the issues is that students and their families have placed their trust in us, our joint institutions, our communities, and the broader Nepal-UK partnership. And that trust creates a shared responsibility, and not for one organization, but for all of us. As we mentioned, community groups, student associations, alumni network, and the Nepali diaspora. Where support currently feel dispersed, we must help join the dots. We need to make information more reliable. We need to make sure the students know where to turn, that the pathways of support are clear and culturally relatable. And where small problem risks snowballing into crisis, we need systems that spot these issues early and respond quickly. I also want to highlight something the briefing documents flag effectively, actually. While university provide a great deal of support, it does not always capture the full Nepali dimensions of student experience, the cultural expectation, social dynamics, and the weight of family hopes. And the reluctance organizations in the UK can play a vital role. And we are here at the embassy stand ready to back more structured collaboration between these groups moving forward where we can. At the end of the day, our goal today is not to reinvent the wheel. It's really about combining what already exists into something more coherent, something that Nepali students can understand, navigate, and trust. And hopefully doing this will help ensure that the overwhelmingly positive experience most Nepali students have in the UK, Mr. Diwali said, is shared more widely and more consistently across the Nepali student diaspora. So allow me to finish by saying that for both Nepal and the UK, education has always been one of the closest points of connection between our two countries. It has shaped generations, anchored friendships, and opened doors for collaboration. So this conference is part of that continued renewing of that connection for the benefit of the next generation. Ensuring that it's not just academically strong, but humanly strong is critical. So if it helps today us build momentum, expand collaboration, make Nepali students feel more supported at every step of the academic journey, and eventually their productive adulthood, then we will have honored the trust placed in us and taken meaningful steps towards ensuring that the student feels alone. Well, thank you very much.
Much appreciate those words. Most grateful to you for sparing the time to come and talk to us. Thank you. We now have a representative of the Nepalese Ministry of Education, Mr. Shiva Kumar Sapkota, who is the Joint Secretary and spokesperson of Nepal's Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. So, Mr. Sapkota, can you hear me?
Sure, I can hear you, but I'm afraid whether you can see me.
Okay. Well, we're just sorting that.
Am I visible to you? Is my camera on now?
हामी तपाईलाई सुन्नु सक्छ तर हेर्न सक्दैन त एकैछिन यहाँ आउँदैछ एकछिन फर्किनुहोस् न
Okay, so I'm just waiting that is to be on. Okay. Hello. It's camera, but I'm trying to.
तपाईको भिडियो अफ छ भन्छ
That's what I am trying to make it on, but how can I turn it on?
Okay.
Okay, it is still not really. I mean, so you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you. If you'd like to talk, that would be fine.
I think Ramesh, one. And start video button. Yeah, stop video छ यहाँ हैन
हुन्छ सुरु गर्नुस् न
Okay, I'll try to start now. Wait a moment. So camera must be on. The screen camera. So if I'm hot, then I think I can start. I'm speaking now.
Yes, please start. Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah, yeah, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think there is some problem with my camera menu. So
Okay.
probably yeah, I can start.
Samasia China. Fikar China.
Oh yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very
Okay,
much, sir.
please just talk. We can hear what you're saying.
Okay. Okay. That's good. So thank you very much, sir. Respected chair of this conference, His Excellency Ambassador of Nepal, Nepali Ambassador to Nepal, UK, and the Director of British Embassy in Nepal, and uh, Professor colleagues representing different universities and colleges in the UK, Nepali students studying in UK and different universities and colleges, distinguished participants, my colleagues from the Ministry of Education Nepal, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Nepal. A very, very good morning and namaste to all. I feel pleased to be part of this event today. At the same time, I have also the sense of serious responsibility to participate in this conference on behalf of the Government of Nepal, Ministry of Education. Uh, because of technical problem, I really missed quite a few remarks from the colleagues. However, I try to, have some ideas from the previous speaker about, the basic challenges and the problems facing Nepali students studying in different universities and colleges in the UK. Uh, and we, in fact, the government of Nepal, uh, we would like to share one very important information, that is the United Kingdom has remained one of the most attractive destinations for Nepali students seeking high quality higher education and international exposure. Over the past 5 years period of time, I would like to share with you a data which tell us like some 66,000 students have been granted NOC for the overseas studies in the UK. And annually, more than 20,000 students are having, admission in different colleges and universities in the UK, according to the database that we have at the moment. However, the Nepali student, as we are informed and as we have the access to the database, face significant financial regulatory significant problems with regard to financial problems, regulatory problems, academic problems, well-being, and different sort of challenges and issues that they are in a position to encounter in the due course of their entire student life cycle, that starts from application and visa processing to study, employment, and also post-study transition. At the same time, we have also been informed about critical, the problems that our Nepali students are facing at the moment in the course of study in UK. Right? So that can also, as is highlighted by the previous speaker, I would also like to recall like the uh, certain issues and problems that they are facing, like financial pressure and also the cost of living in UK. They are having hard time to earn and get money for the cost of living, which is basically the financial pressure that our students, Nepali students, uh, are facing, and at the moment, at the same time, that has definitely not a good impact on an implication on their stay in UK. That definitely leads to financial strain, increase dropout risk, mental stress, and also reliance on family debt or informal loans in Nepal. And at the same time, they are also, as we are informed, facing a kind of problem in visa, immigration, and post-study concerns, right? And I think the students are pretty, aware of this kind of, issues. Many of the students, and at the same time, they have also the problem in different matters related to academic transition and cultural adjustment. And at the same time, they are also, as we know, having problem with mental health and problem of well-being and also social integration in UK community and society, and also they are having problem of recruitment, information, and agent practices, right? And the scholarship and positive existing mechanism also are, something that is not in place in support of the students. So those are basically the problems that I recalled at this stage, and I'm sure as we are given the information about the participation in this conference, there are quite a few, Nepali students attending this conference, and they will also definitely get the opportunity to share their real problems and challenges that they are facing at the moment with us in a later part of the conference today. So based on the information about those problems of Nepali students in UK, so government of Nepal, uh, Minister of Education has been very serious to observe those issues and challenges facing the Nepali students in different, international colleges and universities. But now we are talking about UK, so we can confine to the UK concern and UK issues alone. So basically, in response to those situation coming up, though the trends of um, uh, going to overseas for higher studies in the case of Nepal is not has not a long history. We have started this kind of, we have observed this kind of trend over the past couple of few years only. 5 years basically is has been a little bit major and serious in terms of the turnover of students and the trends of our students for opting international universities and colleges for higher education, right? Based on this experience, government of Nepal, Minister of Education has also started to think about a little bit long-term sort of response system, and as well as the ministry also has been thinking about introducing a kind of strong mechanism so that we can respond to, or we can reach out to the students, and we'll listen to the students problem and issues. We'll observe on the ground the situation of the students that they are facing, and at the same time will also the government also will make a very strong presence in those places like UK, the case of UK that we are talking about, right? So those kind of thinking is coming up, and at the same time, we have also engaged in creating and establishing a kind of systematic educational diplomacy mechanism, education diplomacy mechanism in Nepal that will definitely, as we think, allow us to show a strong presence of the government in those countries like in UK, as I said, right? And we'll also at the same time be able to understand the students problem and assist the students in difficulties, right? So that mechanism will also include a kind of formal linkage, formal linkage between the governments like Nepal and the UK, and that will be utilized for collecting data and evidences about the students living in the UK, and also that linkage will be utilized for providing immediate as well as the long-term support under a coordinated framework, right? So this is something that we are engaged in terms of establishing a kind of mechanism. And at the same time, the ministry also has been revising the existing educational counseling regulation or counseling law to make the registered counseling agencies more accountable, more transparent, and also responsive to to their business of providing counseling services to the students aspiring for studying in the UK. At the same time, the ministry also uh, has been at the stage of thinking of creating a help desk as an unit of the ministry, which will serve as a data hub that will receive concerns and complaints of the students during the whole cycle of, the whole student cycle, like that starts from producing NOC document in Nepal, and also that will end up with the post study opportunities. So those mechanism and those sort of new interventions are to be made in place, and the government of Nepal, the Minister of Education, has been seriously engaged in coming up with those new arrangement, so that we will make our student studying in UK realize that they will have their government present where they are living. So this is something that the government is very serious about, the government of Nepal, and uh, at the same time, the government of Nepal has a very formal and serious request to the UK government that uh, uh, we would like to request the government of UK to issue a kind of special charter for special care to the foreign students like Nepali students with regard to different matters like visa process, chevening scholarship, part-time work permit, employment priority, basic wages, and also post-study opportunity and exposure. So those are kind of very fundamental and crucial areas where the we would like to draw the attention of UK government, because it is basically, as we understand, the domain of UK government. So I think the government on that part should have a kind of proactive initiation and proactive response to those issues related to the study of Nepali student in different universities and colleges in UK. And uh, and we would also, to conclude the whole discussion and the observation of the government of Nepal, Ministry of Education, both the governments have to realize the fact that many universities and colleges in the UK have remained to be the best choice and destination of Nepali students for higher education, which is understood. And at the same time, they have also spent, the parents and the students have spent huge amount of money in the study that accounts even more than their potential investment in the local university and colleges. This trend has also impacted on limiting economic activities and annual revenue generation system in Nepal. On the other hand, this trend has added substantial opportunities to the UK in making business, in running educational institutions, and in supplementing to the labor requirement as well. So, with this consideration, the UK government and the government of Nepal, we both have to have a kind of common and coordinated sort of mechanism to address those concerns, issues, and challenges being faced by Nepali students. In that context, we would like to request government of UK to be more proactive and generous to those students who see their prosperous future in the UK. So this part of story is not only concerned with the UK government alone. If we check the data of Nepali students going abroad for higher education, there are more than 71 countries are hosting Nepali students for higher education. Number can be different. So high number of Nepali students, studying in different universities can include quite a few countries like UK, Japan, US, Australia, right? So we are now heading to create or to establish kind of new, sort of diplomatic mechanism with those government to make the whole course of student facilities and student support system be more responsive, more convenient, and more student friendly, so that we will have, the very consolidated and strengthened bilateral relationship for future, and at the same time our students will become the ambassador to the system that we provide to them, where they will grow and they will study and they will get high level of qualification, and at the end of the day they will become, the human capital, useful for the entire globe. It is not only the human capital being developed for Nepal alone, but they will become the human capital for entire globe, and that can be UK or that can be Nepal or any countries, right? So in this case, I think we both the governments will have to have very sort of open mind and very innovative sort of thinking in terms of creating kind of new student friendly, student loving, student caring, support system, so that we can, make those students happy, and also the entire education system in the university and colleges will become more effective and customized to the need of Nepali students, right? So this is what we see and we realize at this stage, and towards the later part of the discussion today, we'll definitely continue to be part of this program, and we'll listen to the students' observations and concerns. We'll also be able to get more knowledge about their, entire impression about how the whole things are going, right? And at the same time, there are also, I have seen in the schedule that the quite a few university professors are also, providing remarks in this conference. So we'll definitely, listen to those remarks and lecture, and also the conversation. So based on that, if there are any specific concerns during the whole course of today's event, will definitely appear again. There are also, ministry colleagues attending this conference, and they will also provide you, the rest of the responses, and the further highlight and basically the position of the government of Nepal, Minister of Education later on. So with this, I would like to stop right here. Thank you very much for this opportunity again. I will be part of the whole conference today, and I will see you around. And if need be, I'll again, come back to you with, the the additional and more, sort of response and remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We much appreciated what you said to us. I think many of the things you said are themes and topics which we will pick up on and discuss in more detail later today. So thank you very much for sparing the time to talk to us and for giving us your comments and insights. Very dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Very dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thanks. We're now going to switch back to the British Embassy to Mr. Rustam Modi, who is the director of the British Council in Nepal. And I can see that he's online. Rustam, can you hear us okay?
I can indeed. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, and your picture was
Is
on
that
the
clear?
screen. Your picture was on the screen, but it's just disappeared. Hang on a second. Yep.
How's that?
You're a little bit fuzzy, but we can make you out. Yeah, the picture's up and running. So, Rustam, thank you very much for sparing the time to come and talk to us. And the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm Rustam Modi. I'm Director of British Council Nepal. I think I've probably met quite a few of you from Britain, Nepal. The Vipin we met last year. And also I know our colleagues from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology quite well. So I'd just like to thank you all, first of all, for taking this initiative. It's a really important initiative, and I think it's all of our hearts. This is in all of our hearts, and we can all approach this from different angles as a result of this conference. So this is wonderful. Our take on it is that while for many young Nepalis, their time studying in the UK is often some of the best years of their life, we also know, sadly, in certain cases, things don't go so well for a wide range of reasons. And I think I would agree with the factors that Nick shared in the appendix of the notes, if you've seen that, generated by ChatGPT, but it was very, very relevant, I feel. In particular, I think the sheer weight of expectations is often too much, particularly if you're a sort of 18, 19, 20-year-old young person who's never left maybe even their family home, let alone their country, and is suddenly alone in a foreign country. So, I remember my first time at university, even though it was still in the UK, it was quite daunting initially. And I found out, I checked the statistics, about 19% of young Nepalis currently study abroad, which is one of the highest rates in the world in terms of percentages. That's not only to the UK, that's also to India, to Australia, to USA, to Japan, etc. But Nepal is now the 5th largest sender of students to the UK. So when you consider the largest countries are China, India, Nigeria, and Pakistan, countries with vast populations, we can understand the extent to which Nepal is now very present. So far, I think in the first 9 months of 2025, so January to September, there were 17,000 new student visas issued in the UK to Nepalis, and that's in addition to people who are already there on 2, 3, 4-year courses. So I think, given those numbers, there is a danger that even if a very small number of students have bad experiences, a small percentage, of students, that small percentage out of tens of thousands of people still represents quite a significant number. So it's really, really important to do everything we can. In terms of what British Council Nepal is doing, I don't know if you've already spoken about this aspect, but the way student studying abroad in Nepal and in many countries, but not in all countries, works is through agents or counselors, consultants, as they call themselves, education agents. These agents are a sort of one-stop shop. You go to the agent, they guide you through the whole process. They recommend or guide you towards certain courses, certain universities. They will then organize the English proficiency exam, which is often required. They will guide the students through the visa application, and they will even sell them the flight tickets and connect them to people. So they take a lot of the pain out of the application, but there's also potentially a conflict of interest. It's an unregulated sector, and the agent's priority is, of course, to get business, to get commissions, perhaps from the airline or from the university, etc. Even from the English exam, they will get commissions. So there's not always a close alignment between what's in the best interest of the students and what's in the best interests of the agent. So what we're doing is we have something called an agent quality framework. This is used across the world, and it's also connected in some way, I'm not exactly sure of the details, to the UK VI, so the UK visa. If you want to sponsor somebody, you have to sign up to this agent quality framework. Perhaps the person from the Home Office could explain more about that. I'm not so familiar. But what this agent quality framework does, it focuses on a wide range of how to recommend the student the right things. And it also includes focus on welfare, student welfare, and in particular, helping guide the student, in theory, towards the welfare side, making sure the agent talks about that and the challenges. As far as I know, all UK universities offer some welfare assistance, pastoral care, but I'm pretty sure that not all students are aware of this, or even if they are aware of it, taking the first step is sometimes you might hesitate to reach out for help. So I think what we will be doing next week is we're holding two large events on the 9th of February, so the week after, and on the 11th of February, one in Pokhara and one in Kathmandu, for agents. And in that, those events, both the ambassador, the British ambassador, His Excellency Rob Fenn, and myself, we will be again reminding agents of the importance of student welfare, what they can do, how they can talk about this to the students who go through them. So that's straight away something we can do, and that we will report back, I think, to the Britain Nepal Society and to the embassy on that, how that goes, these two briefings. But also we conduct pre-departure webinars for these thousands of students, and many of them tune in. These are currently done across South Asia, and what I would like to do is to have this purely in Nepal so that we can use Nepali language, perhaps bring some former students like you have done in the program to talk about their experience and give advice. I think that would be a lot more easy for the students to associate themselves with and to undertake away. And we can also mention initiatives in those webinars that you are discussing. I'm aware of the helpline, and I discussed with the previous Nepali ambassador, Chandra Gimiri, about videoing him, showing maybe a 2-minute video of him talking about how the embassy in the Nepali embassy in the UK can support as well. So I think that would be really welcome. So we will explore that more. And just finally, I remember Nick mentioned that encouraged people to reach out to Nepali students in your areas, to welcome them, to greet them. I think that would be a wonderful experience, a two-way experience for them, to make sure that their time in the UK is one of the highlights of their lives. So I think that's about it in terms of what the British Council is doing and is looking to do, but we're very interested in understanding more about this theme, how we can explore other things. Another touch point, one touch point is the agent. A second touch point, as Shiva mentioned earlier, I don't know if he's still on the call, is the non-objection certificate, the NOC, where again, there's a possibility of connecting with people in Nepal before they go to the UK, setting up regular get-togethers once they're there, and perhaps using social media a little bit more to raise awareness around this. So that's what I'd like to suggest. I don't know if there's any questions or any comments or if you're still there.
Rustam, thank you very much for that that overview. That was really helpful, and you've picked up again on many of the themes I think will come out in more detail later in this discussion. So it's a very helpful scene setter. Thank you. I was particularly interested to hear in your comments about the events on the 9th and the 11th, where you're talking to the agents. I think that'll come out as a very important part of what we're discussing here today. Can I just ask, has there been any discussion with the Nepalese government about actually regulating agencies, or is it an entirely voluntary buy-in from them in terms of signing up for your framework?
I'm not sure. I think we would have to ask our friends at the ministry around that. I mean, I think regulation, if there is to be regulation, we have to make sure we're regulating the right things. Sometimes regulation in general, we've seen this in the UK and everywhere, it can become a tick box, which doesn't help anybody. So I think we would have to make sure uh, we're regulating the right thing, and it's quite a tricky thing to regulate. But I will defer that question to the ministry, perhaps.
Okay, no, that's a good answer. Thank you. We've got a couple of minutes before we need to go on with the last part of the program, 2 or 3 minutes. Does anybody in the audience have a question they'd like to ask Rustam? No? Yes, Professor Sarah Parker, who I think you know, don't you, Rustam? Do you know Sarah?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Hello, Sarah.
From Liverpool, John Moore, and the also chair of the Britain-Nepal Academic Council. Yeah, Sarah. Just 1 second, we'll get you a...
Thank you for your insights. And as we all know, the British Council plays a really vital role in advising students and applicants and advertising and promoting education in the UK. With the agents, I feel that, and it's not just the agents, I think we need to call out and have maybe a traffic light system, because people in this room and people who are listening will all have experiences. So if there could be some kind of, not necessarily just social media, but somewhere where you can look and check so that you can try and identify those which are more ethical. So I'm not sure how this progresses, but it's something I feel that the British Council could play a key role in. So there's like when people call out for help and share their problems and have issues either with agents or other support systems, that there's a way of sharing this.
Thanks.
So hopefully that's something that you could consider and talk to the agents about their role in supporting each other.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Rustam, did you hear that question okay?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's a good point, and we can certainly explore that and bear that in mind. I think ultimately it's in the best interests of the agents that their students are happy and that former students go away and talk about that agent and about the services and consultancy. So I think that's perhaps an angle. It's in their best interests, ultimately.
Great, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Yes, Steve Buckley down here in the front.
So Steve Buckley from the British Nepal Chamber of Commerce and a former member of the Foreign Office. Just interesting, I didn't realise that Nepal was the 5th largest provider of students to the UK. In that respect, does the British Council arrange for either groups of representatives from British universities to visit Nepal? Does it run any local education fairs where it's possible to sort of give the background and discuss a number of the things which we're going to be talking about today and which have already been raised? Because I'm also trying to put together a trade mission to Nepal later in the year. But it strikes me if you're not taking already groups from universities, they may be a target audience for our trade mission as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I would say in terms of trade mission, it's both universities in the UK who recruit students from Nepal, but there's also approximately 25 UK universities who have who it's called UK qualifications in partnership with Nepali colleges, universities. So there's a wide range of possibilities there. We can perhaps connect about that afterwards. Nick can share more details. In terms of your question, education fairs, there are education fairs. Often different agents are tied up to different universities. The universities, cultivate agents there to help them promote their own courses in Nepal. So we don't typically get directly involved. And I would say also there might be a risk that if we were to pick one university and not another, then we're arguably not performing our remit as part of the UK government by supporting one or not another. But I can certainly investigate if there are some more generic education fairs that we can perhaps talk about this matter. So that's a very good point. Thank you.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much, Rustam. Rustam, that's perfect. Thank you very much indeed, and thanks for dealing with those 2 questions. We'll have to move on now. But thank you again for sparing the time to talk to us, and I look forward to communicating the conclusions of this conference to you after the event and to His Excellency the Ambassador. Much indeed.
Thank you so
Say
much.
goodbye for
Thank
now.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Lovely interacting with you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Good. So we've now heard from sort of the government level of a few government views on all of this. We can now get down into some of the more serious detail of the issues and potential solutions. And I'd like to invite up to the stage Dr. Ravindra Noipani, who is, as many of you may know, a great philanthropist and has been doing an enormous amount across the board to try and help Nepali students. And it was actually, to some extent, him who pulled me into an awareness, a greater awareness of the Nepali student situation in this country and things that needed to be done. He's also done a lot to help set up the helpline for students in this country. So Ravi, do come to the stage, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nick, for organizing this conference and for your team. Your Excellency, Mr. Diwadi, and dignitaries and fellow citizens, I'm really privileged to be here in this conference to find solutions for Nepalese students for different hardship and crises that they face. My name is Ravindra Nepal Gautam, very long. For the British style, you can say Ravi. And I represent UNECAP, UK Nepal Higher Education Alliance, since 2013. And also, other hat is I'm a lecturer in the University of Roehampton here in London. And I grew up in the Western Hills of Nepal, and I did my senior high school in India, and I was in the hostel. And I remember the hostel chief or the warden saying that the parents slept together and left us the mess, and I'm one of them. We'll come back to this. And in the UK here, we have some serious problem. My niece here in London, so she was talking about few students who work with her. As she said, well, they're happy about work and with the income, but never talk about their education. And I can say from my experience as a lecturer, I only am supervising dissertation students, that some students are intentional about not doing education in the UK. And similarly, and this is the hard thing for the lecturer and the wise senior colleague of mine, I was banging my head in my early career as a teacher, and he said, well, you can take the horse to the water, but you can't feed them. And about a year ago in Mars, I spoke to His Excellency Mr. Gimire, talking about precisely that how the students who will not be doing well are likely to waste 10 years trying to do study or pretending to do study. That's down to 3 to 4 years of education, post-study, having a family within a compromised situation, and also the life thereafter. Multiply that by tens of thousands of students that we just heard earlier. At the same time, you see very bright young people here, students. So I'm very proud of some of the students who have done exceptionally well, and the quality of education in the UK as world-class. So I very much am optimistic on that as well. Recently, I experimented myself. There was such opportunity. One of the young man who happens to be the grandchild of the man, very genius, who built my father's house. And his father and he came over to the town. I was in Nepal in December, and we talked about he was rejected twice at our university. He is 17, not 18, probably one of the risks, maybe other things, I don't know. But I did say to him comprehensively, if you're coming to the UK, this is what it is, and it happens that my cousin was there, so we did brief him enough. He is coming to the UK, I came to know today. And similarly, some years ago, I did counsel another student, and he did stay in Nepal. So in 3 or 4 years' time, we will know who does well. And here at the university, in 2009 and 10, I and my sister, my immediate sister, came over to the UK for education. And thankfully, somehow, from biology to business management, I seem to have passed and moved on around academic areas, and my sister didn't. That was precisely to do with the bogus colleges. I suppose we have Home Ministry, Home Office ministers here, that the crisis of the early 2010s. And sadly now, after 16 years, my sister is rezoning her undergraduates. Not a good outcome, and that's down to the universities and the regulations in the UK. The UK universities are selling education, but there are a lot of responsibilities from, as Mr. Modi was talking about, welfare to extensive support. And in Roehampton, we even have additionally a Nepal Forum centered around supporting students apart from universities' efforts. And in 2025 alone, about 5 to 6 students died in the UK and Ireland. And this is disproportionately higher compared to similar South Asian neighbors, compared to the students incoming, visa granted, and the population. In somewhere 2012, I was among them that we pointed finger at Qatar about their stadium building for football World Cup. But today, this is here at home about deaths and crisis and homelessness. On the day that a young man from Eastern Terai was flying over to Nepal with a lot of efforts, and His Excellency Mr. Diwari, I was sat next to him talking about what happened, and a lot of generous support to him from the embassy and from other people. So we still have that battles of students being homeless and also removed from the universities for reasons of absence from the university and also financial crisis. Now let us return to the warm plains of Punjab and what my Sardar said, Sardar Warden said. He was a tough man, and now it's probably pleasant that he did discipline us, probably not pleasant at that time. And probably we have this tough task here, not probably pleasant for us to make a pause and make a stop to what's happening. And we should return to the decency of human compassion, love, and courage to work on this serious thing. Only in November, I attended the memorial service of a young student of our university who died after the car hit him, a 20 years young man, and many of us cried. And this is serious. That's all his life left. And also the decency of democracy, rule of law, that we do our bits while also taking care of others as we would have them do to us. Thank you very much indeed.
I should have mentioned that there will be opportunities to ask the speakers questions in the afternoon discussion sessions. So please hold your questions until this afternoon so we can have a really good discussion. I'd now like to invite Dr. Sushma Basnet up to the stage, yes, who is from the Centre for Nepal Studies, UK, And I think you have some slides as well, Sushma, don't you? So we'll get those up and running, and then the floor is yours. Thank you. Thanks very much. A little clicker for the slides.
Well, a very good morning and warm welcome to everyone. His Excellency Mr. Bipin Dewaju, Nick Henton, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for organizing this timely and very important event. My name is Shushma Basnit, as you can see, and I'm representing CNS UK, Center for Nepal Studies UK, on a very important and a timely topic. Just to give a brief introduction, or just to give you a sense of what Center for Nepal Studies UK is. Center for Nepal Studies UK was founded in 2006 by Nepalese graduates in the UK. We primarily focus in sharing knowledge about Nepali culture, Nepal, and also Nepali diaspora, especially in the United Kingdom. Our work includes events, seminars, surveys, publications, and the most important bit that we have been doing recently is academic collaborations through internship and fellowships, and one of it is Motiri Lal Singh's master's dissertation scholarship in collaboration with Social Science Paha. So we provide scholarship for Nepalese scholars, around 50,000 rupees, not much, but at least something is better than nothing. So we give around 50,000 for field work or any kind of other support that they do, so we help them in this collaborative project. Besides research, publications, we also organize events and dialogues. And one popular event that we have been proudly doing for the past 1 year is we have been organizing a monthly Nepali Dialogue UK webinar series, which runs every first Saturday of the month. And for the purpose of this presentation, this talk today, I'm going to focus on one of the 6th episode that we had conducted in June 2025, the topic being From Aspiration to Anxiety, Are Nepali Students Abroad in Crisis? For the purpose of this talk, as I said, I'm just going to give you a brief insight of what we discussed in that seminar, because keeping in mind the time frame that we have, I will not be able to go into detail, but I'd just like to give you a glimpse and insights of what we had discussed. It was a very timely and important event. We had panelists from diplomacy, academia, student advocacy, and also education consultant sector. And I'm happy to see that I can see a few of the panelists here as well. One of them was our Excellency, Mr. Bipin Dewaju as well. The series that we conducted, we focused primarily on why Nepalese students go abroad for studies. Especially our focus was on United Kingdom, why many students go to United Kingdom for studies. As we all know, demand for higher education is booming around the world, and Britain is no exception to this. Over the past 5 years, the search for Nepali students coming to UK has risen sharply. From the event, the data that emerged were around 1,000 Nepalese students were enrolled in the UK in 2000. Over 8,000 were enrolled in UK HE institutions by 2023. As a result, 12,655 Nepali study visas were approved by March 2025. So approximately 20,000 plus student visas were issued year ending September 2025. And I believe if you go to the latest data record, this must have gone up as well. Again, as one of the speakers rightly pointed out, today Nepal ranks top 5 countries sending students to UK, alongside with other countries like India and China, who have larger populations than Nepal. Why UK? Okay, the reason why many students are attracted to UK. There are multiple factors. The panelists discussed that there were multiple factors, and some of them being these, the major ones: perceived quality and global recognition of UK education, post-study work opportunities and migrant expectations, comparative accessibility compared to other destinations such as USA, China, Canada, or Australia, strong presence of education agents who have been recruiting rigorously and targeting Nepalese students, and also social mobility aspirations and family expectations. Besides these, we identified key challenges that international students face here in UK, especially the Nepalese students. And these were some of the key challenges that we identified. Academic transition. Many students struggle to adapt UK's academic culture, which emphasizes on critical analysis, independent learning, and research-based assessment. These challenges often result in underperformance, frustration, and in some cases, academic misconduct. Financial pressure, rising tuition fees, living cost place severe financial stress on these students and their families, limited working hours, difficulties finding employment, and also lack of financial safety nets gives them added stress. Mental health stress, we identified there is a gap in awareness and access to mental health support. Cultural stigma, cultural shock, systematic barriers means that many students experience anxiety, depression, and loneliness. As such, they do not receive adequate help. Hence, there have been cases where we have come to know that there have been some tragic cases like student suicide as well. There has been some instances and incidents. Again, immigration and employment uncertainty, frequent changes to UK immigration laws, particularly around student study work visas and dependent visas, create uncertainty regarding long-term prospects. Besides these key challenges, we also identified structural and ethical concerns. We believe that there is a weak regulation of education consultancies in Nepal. There should be a robust, commission-driven recruitment and information guidance for both universities as well as the agents or education consultancy. Aggressive international student recruitment, we all are aware, the role of agents, ill-regulated agents, so to say, not all agents, but there are many in the market who are just driven by commission rather than by just giving proper guidance and correct path to these students. Limited cross-border accountability for student welfare and outcomes. Once student leaves their home country, it's unclear who is responsible for looking after their well-being, safety, and success. Hence, what we concluded from this webinar was there is an urgent need for us how we take this forward, okay? There's a very important need and urgent call. We all need to work. It's a shared responsibility. We believe in Center for Studies Nepal UK, along with the panelists who were present on the seminar, that it's a joint responsibility. And we need to make sure that there is a regulatory oversight and code of conduct for consultancies, as well as ethical recruitment responsibilities for universities. There should be a strong collaboration and ethical governance between the universities, Nepal government, and the education consultancies. Mandatory pre-departure programs for students who are coming to UK and give them ideas and information about academic, maybe academic guidance, financial budgeting, legal rights, and student well-being. Stronger coordination between embassy, universities, and regulators, as I mentioned earlier. And then there's also a need for longitudinal research on student outcomes and well-being. And we, as a Center for Nepal Studies UK, we believe that we can play a collective role here, where we can run research, explore students' issues that they are facing here in the UK, and probably provide some solutions. Just to conclude, my concluding remark, we strongly believed from the webinar that we conducted, and we seriously advocate that student mobility only strive when ethics, guidance, and governance align. In other words, student mobility isn't just about opportunity, it thrives when moral principles, practical support, and institutional rules reinforce each other. Thank you.
Sushma, thank you very much indeed. That's a very useful scene setter. I was actually on the seminar that took place in June last year, and it was a long seminar. I think it lasted 3 or 4 hours. It was a very good discussion and a very good sort of precursor to the discussions we're having here today. So I'm delighted you're here today to give us the benefit of your insights into all this. Thank you. We're now going to hear from the students. And I'm absolutely delighted that 2 students have agreed to come up here on the stand and speak today. It's absolutely vital, of course, to hear from students about exactly what their experience is, which may be slightly different from what the rest of us may think the students' experience is. So I'd like to invite up first Namira Shrestha, who is the president of the Students' Union at the University of West London. Namira has been very involved in a lot of the preparation for this conference and has been enormously helpful in bringing together the student voices so that they can be properly heard at this event. So, Namira, thank you very much indeed for coming. So, slides should be up there. And let's just back and then forward. Okay? Good luck.
Honorable representatives of the Embassy of Nepal, respected guests and fellow students, Namaste. I'm Namira Shrestha, and I'm the president of the Student Union at the University of West London. Before coming into the presidency role, I was the chairperson of Nepalese Society, where we collaboratively built it for 3 years now. And today, I'd like to thank Mr. Nick Hinton for giving me this opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm honored to represent the Nepalese student community at the University of West London and to share our journey, our struggles, and our aspirations as international students in the United Kingdom. Why we are here? Nepalese students form a growing and vibrant part of the international student community in the UK. We come here with dreams of quality education, global exposure, and the hope of building a better future for not just ourselves, but for our families and for Nepal. Today, I will speak about real challenges we face. And we conducted a short survey about common experiences that international students live at UWL. This survey was conducted at University of West London to understand the challenges faced by Nepalese students in the UK. While each student's experience is unique, clear pattern emerges, where studying abroad is major financial and social commitment. One of the most significant challenges Nepalese students face is financial pressure. Tuition fees for international students are high. The cost of living, especially in London, continues to rise. Many students also feel a strong responsibility to support their families in Nepal. Balancing part-time work within visa restriction while managing academic commitments can be exhausting. Talking about academic adjustment, the UK education system is very different from what we have come since the childhood. It requires independent learning, critical thinking, and academic writing with the active participation. For students whose first language is not English, this transition can be overwhelming at first. Moreover, moving to a new country also means adjusting socially and culturally. Many students experience homesickness, loneliness, and culture shock, especially in the first few months. While visa regulations are another source of stress for international students, uncertainty around working hours, post-study opportunities, and policy changes creates anxiety about the future, Students often feel pressure to succeed within limited time frame, knowing that their ability to stay and progress depend heavily on immigration rules. All of these challenges, financial, academic, culture, and legal, can impact mental health. Many students struggle quietly with stress, anxiety, and emotional pressure, especially when they feel the need to remain strong for their families back home. And here is a graph figure what our student has responded. So the major three problems they are facing right now is financial pressure, finding part-time work, and visa immigration concerns. Despite these challenges, Nepalese students continue to contribute positively to university life and wider society. We support one another, engage in part-time work, participate in student leadership, and act as culture ambassador for Nepal. Our journey is not just about struggle, it's about growth, resilience, and transformation. Yes, and we believe that collaboration between university, the Nepal embassy, and student communities can make a real difference. Support through guidance sessions, student engagement, and pre-departure awareness can help future students prepare for better life in abroad. Nepalese students in the UK are more than just international learners. We are dreamers, workers, and future leaders who carry the values of Nepal wherever we go. On behalf of the Nepalese students at the University of West London and basically all over the UK, I would like to sincerely thank the Embassy of Nepal for its continuation of support and recognition. Thank you for listening to me. Dhanyavad.
Namira, thank you very much. Shabash, thank you. It was very good. Just what we needed. We will be hearing from another student in a moment, but next up is Mr. Pawan Kandel. Pawan? Yep, here we go. Pawan has been involved in helping Nepal students for some time and is the founder and driving force behind Merging NEP-SOCs, which many of you will have heard about, merging Nepalese societies, bringing it together the university societies in the different places around the UK. So, Pawan, the floor is yours. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks to Bridge Nepal Society. Thanks to Embassy of Nepal. Thanks to Mr. Bipin Duwadi. Thanks to everyone for your time and attendance. I have full intention of taking you through 21 slides in 10 minutes. So I would like to thank you for your patience in advance. Luckily, most of the things have been already covered, so I'll try to skip those. I will precisely do two things today in 10 minutes. First 4 minutes, I'll walk you through data and insights. And then, because that will set the context for the rest of the day. The next 6 minutes, I'll talk about 4 specific nuanced issues and practical solutions for that. What I will not do today is talk about global inequalities, political and economical situations in Nepal. It falls outside the scope of today's conversation, but they are important and driving factors as well. So what we can see here is, since 2020, obviously the number of international students in the UK has increased. The top one is the global total, and then the bottom green line is the Asian total. In line with this theme, number of Nepalese international students in the UK has increased by 10-fold in the last 4 years. The data stops in 2024. This is the data provided by Higher Education Statistics Agency, HESA. So this is the highest quality of data we have available in this context. That 13,000 number, that does not include the number of dependents. It does not include the number of PSW students. That's why it is quite lower. One important observation to be made, Bangladesh has 6 times more population than Nepal, but they are sending equal number of Nepali students, equal number of students. The number of Bangladeshi students enrolled in 2024 was roughly 12,000, and Nepali students were 13,000. So that's another important observation to be made. If you look at the population mix of those 13,000 students, we can see that these 13,000 students are concentrated within 25 universities. More interestingly, University College Birmingham, York St. John University, the University of Sunderland, and the University of Wolverhampton. These universities have higher number of Nepali international students than Indian students. In fact, in University College Birmingham, out of the total international intake in 2024, 43% of the students were Nepalese. It kind of shows how consultancy, how education agents work, and how they're concentrated in specific universities. Most of the problems are faced by undergraduate students, and if you look at the mix, 57% of the Nepali students are actually undergraduates. If you look at the location mix, out of these 13,000, 1 in 3 students are based in London, 1 in 5 students are based in Birmingham and Wolverhampton, collectively in West Midlands, and rest of the students are spread across the country. This is the data from Merging NEPSOC, sample of 500 international students. 47% people roughly study business and management, 20% of the students study IT and computing, and rest is spread across various different subjects. I'll skip these common issues, complicated issues, challenges. These have already been previously covered. Today I want to focus on 4 specific issues. The first one, the root of the problem is misinformation. University uses educational agents. Collectively, they have a marketing tone. The way they market these things, obviously international recruitment is very critical revenue-wise, is that to a student, when they market it, you meet the entry requirements, the support system is available, and you will integrate quickly. That's the message. But once students come here to the UK and they're enrolled, the reality, the expectation is that we expect you to have high academic autonomy. We expect that you have a full understanding of visa compliance and its requirements. We believe that you have sufficient cultural and emotional resilience and confidence. So the point I'm trying to make is that meeting entry requirements is not same as meeting the readiness to adapt into a new system. To solve this problem, the solution I suggest is not generic awareness programs, not generic orientation program, but the orientation program that is linked to NOC. So every time Nepalese government issues no objection certificate, why not make it a condition that they must go through an orientation program where we do a case study, like we go through a specific case study as to what is non-engagement, what is academic misconduct, what are tenancy rights. All those kind of things can be discussed in orientation program, and I believe that should be a compulsory exercise done by government before they issue NOC, so that there is no cultural shock when they come to the UK. The second matter I want to discuss is withheld information. University students pay thousands of pounds to come to the UK. They should have full information before they choose the right university. The quality of education is not just the quality of the course content, but it is also the quality of ecosystem of transition. So different universities behave differently. Some are very compliance driven, some are very welfare driven. What is the indicator? How do we differentiate between those universities? So what I would like to think about is maybe HESA, maybe Home Office, maybe university can provide a published data on sponsor behavior indicator. For example, how many sponsorships have been withdrawn in any academic year by a university? Where is that data? That is readily available data. University and Home Office both should have data as to how many sponsorship has been withdrawn by a university. That is an indicator of how strong the ecosystem, how strong the welfare system in the university is. But that information has been withheld. No one has that information. That has not been made public. Because for identical behavior, there can be unequal outcomes. Just because a student going to a heavily compliance-driven university might mean that his sponsorship get cancelled, while the other student might get a support system. So that's a behavioral difference, and we need a KPI for that. The third one is the death sentence. So I will explain that. What it means is that the university international education system works like an airport without air traffic control. University providing boarding passes, agency giving tickets, and they're telling them the destination is safe. Once the plane is in the air, there is no monitoring of fuel level or emergency signs. When there is a problem, then they eject the passenger and then call it a compliance. That's exactly how it operates, because when a student gets somehow involved in academic misconduct or non-engagement, rather than providing support, the reaction is, this is a compliance risk, we just send him back home. That is a death sentence. A student is in his third year, having paid 40,000 in student fees, and then university make that decision to withdraw sponsorship. Obviously, it is outside Home Office's scope to investigate that. There is independent adjudicator for higher studies, but they do not get involved in higher immigration issues. So what we need is student ombudsman that can handle immigration matters. Right now, university decides, and then no one can challenge it. Home Office doesn't get involved. Organizations like ours, we cannot do anything. Appeal is a self-review issue. So university has appeal processes, but that brings self-review threat. They are reviewing their own work, so that doesn't make sense. We definitely need to head towards student ombudsman. That is a bit policy heavy, but that should be the way forward. The final one, Merging NEPSolves had a helpline during COVID. We had raised £22,000, helped 400 students. Be mindful that in 2020, there were only 1,200 students, international students. So 1 in 3 people actually were being supported through the helpline. The important part we realize is that the funding is not sustainable. Raising money from diaspora for student cases, because this issue is inherent, this is going to stay. So it is not feasible and sustainable to kind of keep raising fund. So what we need to do is, rather than having a charity-led funding, we should have insurance-style funding. So maybe this can be linked to the NOC year. Every time a student comes, there are 12,000 students, they should donate £10 to the emergency fund. Imagine 12,000 people paying £10 per academic year, that's £120,000. 90% of these students come through agency. If agency contributes £10 per academic year per their student, that's another £100,000. So every year we have a pot of £200,000 emergency fund, and that maybe embassy can monitor that. We can help that, make a protocol how to release that. So it should not be welfare dependent. I mean, charity dependent. There should be collective risk management of this issue. So I think this is a sustainable model of insurance-style funding. So those were my 4 practical solutions on these matters. This is an important matter. We need to act quickly, but collectively and not in parallel silos. Thank you.
Pawan, thank you very much. That's some excellent proposed solutions there, which I'm sure we'll pick up in discussion. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thanks. We're now going to hear from Mr. Ramesh Belbasi, who is here. Come up to the stage, Ramesh. And Ramesh is like Pawan and Ravi, is another person who's been very closely involved in helping with student welfare. He works for the Overseas Nepalese Liaison Department, ONLD, and I'm sure he'll probably say 1 or 2 things about what ONLD does. So, Ramesh, over to you. Thank you.
What a lovely afternoon to start with. Thank you, Nick. Your Excellencies, distinguished representative from embassies and the Home Office, representation from Education of Ministry, colleagues from universities, colleges, and community organizations, dear students, friends, and guests. Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking on behalf of Overseas Nepalese Liaison Department here in UK, that is a wing of RSP Nepal. More personally, I'm speaking as someone who has spent years listening to Nepali students, not in conference halls, but in phone calls late at night, worried messages, and quiet conversations where students are unsure who they can trust. This issue is not abstract, it is deeply human. For many Nepalese families, sending a child to the United Kingdom is the biggest decision of their lifetime. Parents sell land, mortgage homes, and take loans with high interest. They tell their children, this sacrifice is for your future. Students arrive carrying not only suitcase, but debt, expectation, and fear of failure. Within weeks of arrival, financial pressure becomes real. Tuition fees often range from 12 to 15,000 pounds per year. Rent in cities like London can consume more than half a student monthly budget. Students contacting us saying, my rent has increased suddenly. The landlord wants cash only. 10 people are sharing one house. If I complain, I'll be asked to leave. Many do not understand UK tenancy law, and many are afraid to seek help because they worry it could affect their visa. To survive financially, students look for part-time work. We hear from students who are underpaid or not paid at all and asked to work beyond legal hours or threatened with job loss if they speak up. One student told us, if I don't work extra hours, I can't pay rent. If I work extra hours, I risk my visa. That is not a choice, that is a trap. At the same time, academic pressure does not stop. Assignments are due, deadlines are fixed. Attendance requirements are strict. Students work night shifts, travel long distances, return exhausted, and try to write essays at 3 in the morning. Under this pressure, deadlines are missed and panic sets up. One of the most serious problems we see is fear. Students ask, if I talk to my university, will this affect my visa? If I ask for an extension, will it be reported? This fear leads to silence. Silence leads to isolation, and isolation leads to crisis. Late at night, students call us saying, I can't sleep. I feel like I'm drowning. Please don't tell my parents. Mental health stigma remains strong in our community, and by the time our students seek help, they're already in deep distress. Sadly, we all know that some Nepali students have lost their lives in the UK. In those moments, community organizations support families with authorities, universities, and repatriation. Every tragedy focuses us to whether intervention could have happened earlier or on time. No single institution failed these students, but no single institution can support them alone. Shared responsibility matters. Embassies, universities, governments, community organizations, and students all have to play a vital role. If information replaces illusion, if compassion replaces fear, and if responsibility is genuinely shared, then studying in the UK can be what it was meant to be, an opportunity, not a risk. When a Nepali student dies abroad, it is not only a personal tragedy, it is a collective failure. But when students survive and succeed because support came in time, that is a collective success. Students are watching, families in Nepal are trusting us. We cannot afford them to fail. Thank you so much.
Ramesh, thank you very much. I think given the connection that you've got with the Rastriya Swantara Party, if they do get elected in the March elections, I very much hope that you become part of the Ministry of Education, and we can ask for your help to put all these things right. So thank you very much indeed. We're now going to hear from Mr. Rajendra Pudasaini, who we're very grateful to you for coming here today. I know you're a very busy man. He is the president of the Non-Residential Nepali Association in the UK, and I'm particularly pleased that you're here because I think that the support of the Nepali community in this country is going to be a very important part of the solutions which we'll be looking at later on today. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nick, His Excellency, and dignitaries, especially the young student leaders and diplomats, and my former past president of NRNA UK. I am going to present on challenges facing Nepalese students in the UK and ways the Nepali community can support them. I'm really privileged and happy to be speaking in front of you today, and I thank Nick and the team for this opportunity. Let me begin with a real life experience. In December last year, one of the office bearers of NRNA UK got a call from Nepali community members stating that a Nepali student had become homeless and was spending nights at a train station in England. Our committee members were able to contact him, went to meet him, provided him emotional support, and housed him in a hotel locally. We also contacted his family members, arranged his return journey, went to the airport along with him to see him off. His name was A. Thapa from Kabri-Palanchok district of Nepal. He has given us permission to use his name to raise awareness among Nepali students and their parents. Each year, thousands of students travel to the United Kingdom for higher education, driven by the promise of world-class universities, diverse cultural experiences, and better future opportunities. While many achieve academic successes like Pawan and the lady there, and with personal growth, a significant number also struggle with a range of challenges that can affect their mental health, academic performances, financial stability, and overall well-being. As a community organization, Non-Resident Nepali Association UK and NRNA UK chapter is trying its best to support Nepali students in the UK and provide them every possible help. First of all, please allow me to discuss briefly what type of challenges Nepali students are facing in the UK and how the Nepali community, in partnership with Embassy of Nepal, London, and other organizations like Merging Knapsacks could help support them. Number one, financial hardship. I will be repeating lots of things because we share the common problem. Everybody is not, beyond our problem, and we will be repeating the same thing because we share the same problems. So I will be repeating, so bear with me. One of the most commonly reported problems among Nepali students in the UK is financial strain. The UK has one of the highest living costs in Europe, particularly in cities like London, Edinburgh, Manchester, and Birmingham. Tuition fees for international students are substantially higher than for domestic students, and scholarship opportunities are limited and highly competitive. Combined with rising accommodation, food, transport, and utility costs, many students find it difficult to balance their budgets. Some students take on part-time work to cover expenses, but strict visa regulation often limit the number of hours they can work. This creates stressful balancing act between meeting academic requirements and earning enough to live. 2, academic pressure and adjustment. This is repeated again, so everybody shares the same thing. We have the UK education system is known for its emphasis on independent learning, critical thinking, and self-directed research. For many Nepali students who come from different academic cultures, adapting to these expectations can be challenging. Academic pressure such as tight deadlines, rigorous assessment, and the demand for high performance can contribute to especially anxiety and stress. Number 3, language. This has been repeated as well. Language and communication barrier. English language efficiency is another significant challenge. Although most Nepali students have English language qualifications before arriving, the reality of academic and social communication in the UK can still be daunting. Various variations in accents, idioms, fast-paced discussions, academic jargon can make it difficult to follow lectures and participate in seminars and engage socially. So communication barriers can lead to isolation, misunderstanding, and lower academic engagement, especially in group projects and presentation. Number 4, mental health and emotional well-being. This is being reported every day, every now and often. Mental health is a growing concern for among international students, and Nepali students are no exception to this. Being far from family, adjusting to a new culture, facing academic and financial pressures, and coping with the COVID-19 sort of pandemic can contribute to stress, loneliness, depression, and anxiety. Despite this, cultural stigma around mental health often prevents students from seeking help. Number 5, homesickness and cultural adjustment. This is again repeated. So living away from home often for the first time can trigger deep feelings of homesickness. I felt the same many years ago when I came to the UK as a student. Traditional Nepali society values close family ties, frequent communications, and community support. In contrast, life in the UK can be initially feel individualistic and isolating. Cultural differences, unfamiliar social norms, and being unable to participate in familiar tradition can intensify feelings and disconnections. Number 6, lack of access to community networks and guidelines, because Pawan has been saying that the students are targeted and taken into one particular areas, and they are deprived of this kind of community network and guidance. For most Nepali students, absence of a strong support network in the UK further compounds their challenges. When students arrive without prior connections, they may struggle to find guidance and on housing, employment, academic support, healthcare, particularly everyday issues. This is where Nepali community organization can and should step in. For example, if there is a student from Nuwakot district of Nepal, he or she should connect to the people who are from that region. If not, if they don't have such a friend or relative in the society, then students should reach out to the other Nepalese community who are actively working in that particular area. And how Nepali community in the UK can support students, I think this is a little emphasis we can give in this one. So because we want to go to the grassroots, listen to the people, and see the real problem in there rather than just making the policies and things like that. So we are saying as an NRNA, we go to the grassroots, listen to them, and help each other and embrace them, and our, like extended nationalism can flourish. Our Sanyathunga Fulgahami can be realistically, helpful in this situation. So, number 1, the Nepali diaspora in the UK includes families, professionals, community organizations, student associations, and volunteers. By harnessing the collective strength of these groups, the community can provide targeted support to the Nepali students available. Nepali students navigate their challenges and succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. Number 1, mentorship and peer support programs like Marjim NEPSOX and student like university student union are doing this rightly. And one of the most impactful forms of support is mentorship. The seniors helping the juniors, and the graduates helping the newcomer students, and something like this we can see, and we seek the collaborative work on this one. Nepali community organizations such as alumni networks, senior students can help mentorship programs to guide new students even before they come to the UK. And they can help in academic guidance, cultural orientation, practical advice. Like, for example, a lot of students deprived of the NHS facilities because they don't know. They need to, register to the GP and get the NHS support. So another one, number 2, emergency and academic support. NRNA UK is working to establish emergency relief fund for the Nepalese students facing emergencies, but we can't help them in terms of their living cost or tuition fees. In emergency, for example, homelessness, some dies, deportation, and emergency housing and shelter and something like this. So on this one, we have set up a student help desk that is advising and supporting students in their search for accommodation and jobs. We are trying our very best in this. This is being very, very important and very, very much necessity for the students, accommodation and looking for a job. On behalf of NRNA UK, I would like to thank Nepali businesses and philanthropists in the UK who have been supporting Nepali students in vulnerable situations. Student associations, like I've been saying, Pawan's name many occasions, merging knapsacks, are advising and supporting Nepali students in various universities. We really commend their initiatives and are willing to work closely with them. I would like to mention here that international students can apply for financial support from British government or local councils while applying for visa. They show their bank statement saying that they have enough funds to support their studies. Unfortunately, this is what is happening here. But in reality, majority of the students don't have enough money even to meet their expenses for first 6 months. It's getting difficult for international students in London and other parts of the UK to get part-time jobs. They want to work, but there is no job. It's really, really challenging, and the consultancies are advising, look, you get £12 something per hour, 20 hours guaranteed. In the holiday time, you can work full time. Look, you can afford your fees and this stuff. They are, being misled. So we should make Nepali students and their parents aware of high living costs in the UK. Number 3, mental health awareness and support. We all know about this one. Addressing the mental health openly and compassionately is a crucial. Nepalese community can host mental health awareness events, which we are doing in Scotland, we are doing in England, in collaboration with the local communities, and partnership with professional counselors to provide culturally sensitive issues, create peer support groups where a student can safely share experiences. We are reaching out to the university student unions to organize events and communicate effectively, and offer training for community leaders, recognize sign of distress, and refer students. We need to signpost. At least if we can't do anything, we can show them the way, the direction, so that they know where to go when they need any assistance or help. Connecting students with both community support and NHS mental health services can significantly improve well-being. As a professional working in NHS, I am a nurse, so I am passionate to advise and support Nepali students deal with their mental health challenges, and we have been doing this as well. Number 4, social events and cultural activities. Again, regular social events can help students. We are doing this. Nepalese people like fests and festivals and gatherings, and more. We are very much active like young generations of people. So we've been doing this to build friendship, feel connected, and celebrate our culture away from home. This could include like Nepalese festivals, embassy themselves organize like Dasani Karikram, Tees Karikram, and things like that. Cultural nights, performances being happening everywhere. Lots of big bands coming and gathering 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people to cheer up our Nepali community here. Such activities foster a sense of belongings and remind students that they're part of the supportive Nepali community in the UK. And legal or practical, this is very important. We've been talking to the Nepalese lawyers, solicitors, to help, at least to give some kind of support, either free or low cost. So many students struggle with the practical issues such as immigration questions, housing disputes, employment rights. We are not kind of, in Nepal, yes, we try to fight, but in here, we just go by the flow. We don't want our right protected. We don't know, and we think, oh, if we argue, our job will be lost and things like that. So we stay quietly in the job, even if there exists, like exploitation and things like that. So we need to see some legal part. We are talking to the solicitors, Nepali legal, experts to conduct a helpline for migration and immigration, tenant rights and renting contracts issues, employment rights, unlawful work condition issues, healthcare access and NHS facilities, mental health support kind of things, emotional support and encouragements. So structured mentorship, regular work check-in significantly reduce feeling of isolation, and students need this help in this difficult time. Emergency academic support. I think I've repeated this one. Let me go to the final part. I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit more kind of descriptive, But having access to trusted legal guidance can protect the student from exploitation and benefit. Because we don't want our students to be exploited. Honestly speaking, we don't want to talk to the real issue, like burning issue. Our students are being exploited here. In the name of like rent, deposit, or finding rooms, or finding transportations and picking them from the airport, and even they are started to charge money to find the part-time job. This is wrong. This is ethically wrong. So we should protect them from this vulnerable situation. And other issues are going as well, other kind of exploitation. We have heard lots of Nick, and we hear a lot of phone calls and lots of unethical questions happening in the society. So we need to be working to address this issue. In conclusion, Nepali students in the UK face complex challenges: financial hardship, academic pressure, language barriers, mental health difficulties, student cultural adjustment. Yet these hurdles are not insurmountable. With a compassionate, organized, and community-driven approach, Nepali diaspora in the UK can provide essential support system to help students flourish by building mentorship programs, signposting on the services, promoting mental health support, fostering cultural connection. Community can ensure that Nepali students not only survive but thrive in their academic journeys abroad. I would like to call upon Nepal government, especially, to publish a guidelines for Nepali students for abroad study. I would also like to suggest British universities to check financial affordability of international students robustly. Education consultancies should also advise students regarding various challenges overseas students might face in the UK, and these consultancies should be regulated to give students proper and ethical advice. Together, Nepali community in the UK can transform the overseas study experience into one of confidence, resilience, growth, and success. NRNA UK stands ready to collaborate with Embassy of Nepal, London, and like-minded organizations in the UK to help and support Nepali students. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Rajendra, thank you. A lot of very useful insights there, so thank you very much. And again, I would emphasize the importance of the Nepali community in this country in helping students here. I think a very important factor. We now got another student speaker, Mr. Kailesh Karel, who has come from the Southampton University, where I believe I'm right in saying you're the president of the Students' Union? Nepalese Society, president of the Nepalese Society. Kailesh, thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the British Nepal Society and the Nepalese Embassy for bringing voices from Nepal and the UK and allowing for students like me to contribute to a discussion that will shape the experience of many others. One of the most pressing yet under-discussed challenges facing Nepalese students in the UK today is the housing crisis. It affects a significant number of Nepalese international students every year. Many arrive without family support, often with just one or two friends, and immediately are forced to navigate a foreign country, unfamiliar institutions, and complex systems on their own. Naturally, they turn to their own Nepalese community online for support like housing. Platforms like Nepalese and UK become the first place they look for rooms and shared accommodation, driven by comfort of shared language and culture, but this trust can sometimes be exploited. Some students are removed from accommodations without notice and left nowhere to go. In those moments, their options are grim: sleep outdoors or spend £80 to £100 on a hotel room they cannot afford. It is a silent form of homelessness that rarely enters the public conversation. This problem exists not because of individual irresponsibility, but because students are not adequately prepared for the reality of UK housing. Many arrive believing accommodation can be sorted after landing, unaware of guarantee agreements, credit checks, high deposits, and the competitive rental market. University accommodation often prioritizes domestic undergraduates, leaving many Nepalese students, especially postgraduates, to fend for themselves in the private market. At the same time, rising rents, currency fluctuations, and visa restrictions on working hours create a financial gap that makes stable housing harder to secure. With no centralized support system and limited reliable information beforehand, students rely on informal Nepali networks that are well-meaning but unregulated, therefore vulnerable to exploitations. The consequences of housing insecurity extends beyond the logistics. Not knowing where you will sleep affects dignity, mental health, and emotional stability. It is difficult to focus on coursework, attend lectures, or perform academically when basic needs like safety and shelter are uncertain. For some, survival takes priority over education, the very reason they came to the UK. Housing insecurity also exposes students to unsafe or overcrowded living arrangements, illegal sublets, and exploitative landlords. Because many students fear jeopardizing their visa status or feel ashamed to ask for help, these experiences remain hidden, leading to silent suffering rather than support. Housing may seem like a basic logistical issue, but for Nepali students in the UK, it can determine whether their experience is one of growth and opportunity or of stress and instability. If we can address this housing insecurity, we not only improve their academic outcomes, we will protect the mental health, dignity, and the long-term success of Nepalese students who represent Nepal abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kailash. That was very punchy and I think got across some excellent points. I was particularly taken with your phrase that survival takes priority over education, which of course is something we should all be trying to help students avoid. Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much indeed. A couple more to go before we have lunch. First of all, I'm delighted that Sharon Guman from the Home Office has been here, and I think given the number of issues that there are related to visa problems particularly, I'm absolutely delighted that Sharon has come here. Sharon, I can't see where you, oh, here you are, yeah, right. So thank you very much indeed. The floor is yours. Thanks very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and namaste. First of all, thank you very much to the Nepalese Society and Nick especially for inviting the Home Office. You don't normally see us, of course, I'm sure you all know, you hardly ever get to see the Home Office, but you're seeing them today. And thank you, Excellency, the Nepal Embassy for inviting us here today to talk about a topic I think that is prevalent at the moment, not only for Nepal, but I think for all international students at the moment in the UK. This is quite exciting for me, so I'll explain to you a bit about the role I do in the Home Office. So I am the National Community Engagement Lead for Asia, South and Southeast. So one of my countries that I cover is obviously Nepal. However, I haven't done much work with Nepal. So this is an honor for me to attend today and absolutely understand the issues the Nepalese community is facing, especially with the students. So my talk today is mainly about the countries I have done a lot of work with. And actually listening to all the great speakers today, it is common across for many students. So I've done a lot of work with Indian students, for example, over the last few years. Very, very similar issues. So in terms of the role I do, so as you all know, government in general is massive. We've got lots of, Home Office itself has got so many different departments, and there'll be many of those departments that will cover the issues that we've been talking about today. I'll have my colleagues in UK visas. They'll be looking at the visas for the students. You'll have our colleagues up working in Kathmandu and Nepal over there doing their bit. There is a different section of the Home Office. You'll have our colleagues in our caseworking departments who will look at things like once you've done your students here and you want to carry on to do a postgrad or go into work, they'll be looking at applications. So there's a lot of us. There's many of us who will work on the student issue in different formats. Where I sit, so I have been in the Home Office now for 25 years in various aspects of the Home Office. So I've probably seen many of your journeys from the start to the finish in various different. I've worked at Heathrow Airport as a border force officer. I've been an enforcement officer where I've knocked on doors for enforcement action. I've worked in customs. So I've seen the whole sphere in terms of what immigration means for many of us that are sitting in this room today. And it's because of that experience, and I think the Home Office over the years has got much better at this now. We don't engage. We never routinely engage with communities. We are passing laws, but we're not listening to your voices. So hence, 10 years ago, almost now, the Home Office decided to set up the team I'm actually on now, the National Community Engagement Team. The purpose of our team is to come out to you guys and listen to your views as we are today here. What are the issues from when people are going to apply for their visas and then coming here to the UK and the problems being encountered here? Of course, the Home Office, as every other country, we have immigration laws, as every country does. Job for immigration enforcement is obviously to make sure people comply with those laws. It's not always that simple. We know this. The stories we're hearing today, we know it's not always that simple. So how do we bridge that gap between our foreign community coming here to work, to study, and ensuring that compliance is there, but also understanding the impact of those actions on all of you? So obviously we've talked about a lot today, and I can totally relate to all of the instances that are affecting students here in the UK. So I will focus just on the immigration angle, because that has come up quite a few times now. So for me, I just want to map the student journey. So we've talked about this. We know that UK remains a top destination for many international students to study, for all the reasons mentioned so far today. Applications, I mean, I was shocked to learn, to be fair, that Nepal is now 5th on the list, which is huge. So we can see there's a huge pull for that education establishment. Of course, the UK universities who are here today as well, we want our international students. It's great for the British economy, so it's a win-win for everybody. But somewhere, things are going wrong, and we've heard that today. So what is it we can do? I think someone mentioned earlier today, and I've always said this, silo working. This is not a problem just for the Home Office, it is for us all to come together. And this is why I think this conference is so important today. It is about all of us, from our community groups, from the Home Office, from the FCDO, from all the orgs that are here today. It is about everybody working together. There's certain things I'd love to be able to say to you as a Home Office. I can promise you this today. I can't, which is why it is so important we collectively come together to discuss this. So we start from the student journey. We start from the beginning. You've made this decision to come to the UK. A few of the students here mentioned it. I remember being in Delhi a few months ago, and everywhere you turn, agent posters, study UK, visa UK, come and study. Absolutely. I mean, and that whole generation, you see all this. You want to go abroad, of course you do. We all, you want to go. Your friends have gone. You've known some of your relatives have gone. I want that journey. What we have to remember is, as well, also as mentioned earlier, somebody said today, the immigration landscape has changed massively in the last 15, 20 years. I think we spoke previously, someone mentioned previously before, I think it was a professor, in 2010, when we had a huge influx of students coming to bogus colleges. That was a much worse situation. Now it is a little bit more regulated, where it's universities. Then there was colleges with English courses that didn't exist. And we had thousands of students who, I remember in 2010, they were all on the streets. They had no colleges to go to, colleges shut down. They had spent £20,000, £30,000 coming to the UK through agents. So this problem has been there for a long time. It's just in a different shape now, but it's still there. I absolutely agree with all of the comments people have made today about the difficulties, language barriers. I'm sure many of you students here in this room, you probably never left Nepal before this. Never left being away from home before this. You're now going to a completely new country. You may not even know anybody there. In a foreign country, absolutely, it's a very, very hard, challenging journey. So from that first instance, I would say, in terms of what we need to do, and we are, British Council was on the call earlier, things are already being done upstream. So we start from back home. What do we need to be telling our students? And people have proposed the solutions already. I think that pre-course that we talked about, lots of people have talked about in this room, absolutely, is something, definitely needs to be done. Okay, I'm thinking of going to the UK. What is that going to look like? What are my, university costs? What are my living costs going to be? We need to look at all of those. A pre-kind of course in coming to the UK needs to be there. I've done a couple of these sessions in Delhi before. It's the real life in the UK kind of talk. Now when we look at, obviously, we've talked a lot about unregulated, and that's come up, time and time again across when we talk about student visas, the regulation of the agents. We've talked about agents, they're all out there. So most of you, it's been touched on as well by my colleagues from British Council earlier. From the 1st of September 2025, the Home Office has now got the agent quality framework. So from 1st of September 2025, so a few months ago now, we're still in very early stages, every university in the UK, most universities, not every university, the bigger universities definitely, most actually to be fair, will have agents who help them recruit from Nepal, from India, from China, because they can't do it themselves, they need the agents. So many of the agents, and I've met a lot of them here actually, they can be based in the UK, but then they have sub-agents who work in your home countries. Now, this framework is meant to regulate that entire industry. So, is it compulsory? Yes. For every university at the moment in the UK, your agent that you're using must be regulated. We know that it's been a huge problem. As, once again, been mentioned throughout the course today, promises agents have made you. It will be fine. You'll go there. You'll get work. You'll do your, undergraduate, you'll get your postgraduate, you'll get a degree, you'll get all of this. But that's not always the case, as we've heard. And this is where I think as well, what our communities, what we do, we don't tell each other the truth. Because for many reasons, it's a shame factor. I've managed to go abroad now. I don't want to tell my people back at home that I'm suffering. So we do hide a lot of it. But I think in the days of social media now, it's out there. We should, as students, we should be telling our fellow people back at home, this is my life, this is what it's really like. And not make it sound all rosy, which I know that a lot of us do. We do it, because you don't want to be embarrassed, right? So we do it. So I think for me, one of the solutions would be that. If you are here, the diaspora here, if you're a student studying here, be honest with your friends and family back home. I get it. I've had it said before. Oh, but if I tell my friends, they're saying, oh, you would say that to me now because you're there already. So you're lying to me. I totally understand that reasoning as well. But we need to be honest. We need to be telling our friends and family back at home what it is truly like. Immigration policy, like we just said. So now the students here. We've come here, you've started your courses and all the challenges that we've talked about all this, this afternoon so far, morning so far. They're there. Of course they are. You're navigating a brand new system. You need to work. That's come up a lot. Of course you need to work. The 20 hours. The debate about the 20 hours, I think, has gone on for many years in policy making. Now, the 20-hour week rule was put in place. The government felt that is the right space, that you're studying full time, you can manage 20 hours a week to sustain how you live here. Yes, I hear it all the time, that's not enough, I can't sustain myself. But the argument is, well, if you're working 50 hours, when are you studying? So it's about keeping that balance. Talking about, we've mentioned it was touched on in the last speaker, what we've definitely seen over the years, and the communities I work with, and I hear this every single day, exploitation. Unfortunately, it's there. So those students at the moment, you are in those positions where you need that work, you are going to be exploited, and many have and many will. If I can go with one thing to all of you today, and we'll probably speak about it later as well, I understand all the arguments around, if I report this, I don't want to lose my visa. If I report this, I don't want to lose my job. So I'll carry on. I'll carry on below minimum wage, because a lot of students do that, because that's the only choice they have. They'll work for less than £12 an hour because they need some kind of income. We've talked about the lack of jobs. I can fully understand the reasoning behind it, but then the people who are benefiting from this are carrying on benefiting from it. It needs to stop. So and I do say this too when I speak to every community out there, report those employers. You are a student here. You should not be being exploited. An employer will say to you, I'll give you extra hours. We won't record it anywhere. Home Office won't know. What happens when the Home Office, and as you will know, you've seen it on the news, Home Office do visits. They will come and visit your employment. If you are seen doing more than 20 hours, is it really worth all of that time and effort of your study to be caught working over those 20 hours? It's the little thing sometimes, it could affect your entire... So obviously, of course, I'm home, law is law. We aren't here to enforce compliance, but also we do understand. So today, after hearing about all of these issues, which we do, we totally recognise these issues, I will go back and feed this back. So one of my roles is feeding it back to my policy teams. What we're looking at. Recently, we had the graduate route change. We changed from the graduate route from being 2 years to 18 months. That caused a huge issue. We had universities saying to the Home Office, well, people won't come and do postgraduate visas now because the whole incentive was 2 years. So there's a lot of, and we've all seen it, there's been a lot of changes, many changes in the last 2-3 years. And there probably will carry on being changes. And I think it's that kind of uncertainty we've all mentioned on immigration changes. And it's about you as students, and it's our responsibility as well as the Home Office to ensure that those changes are being communicated correctly. We see them on the news. No dependence for students, no this, you can't do this. You now have to have QF6 rating if you want to get a skilled worker route. And all these acronyms that go out. I mean, Home Office love their acronyms, as you know. People don't understand them. And we often do rely on our friends saying, what did you do? But your friend might have been here 5 years ago. Rules have changed since then. So, and on the note of seeking legal advice, one thing I do say to my communities, we have some great lawyers, but you have some bad ones. Make sure that you are going to the correct legal advice as well. Make sure your lawyer you're going to is on the list that we have in the UK, that they're on the list. Make sure we're doing all the right things to protect yourself. It's very easy to say, oh, the lawyer down the road only charges £30, but is that lawyer a lawyer? Is that the correct advice? So it's protecting yourselves. I mean, all of you've got here. I know it's not easy to get here as a student. You're intelligent. Everything is on. You'll find it on websites. You'll find the information, and I know you probably all already do. But yeah, I'm sure by this afternoon, we'll talk about it in a lot more detail. So I think I've probably done my 10 minutes now. I'm happy to talk further later on. But no, great conference, everyone. Thank you so much. And it's been great to hear everyone's views. And hopefully we can find some solutions later. Thank you.
Sharon, thank you very much. Lots of good stuff there we can unpack in the discussions. Thank you very much. Excellent. So, last leg before lunch. Two ladies who are going to share the last 10-minute slot. Professor Sarah Parker from Liverpool John Moores University, who is also the chair of the Britain-Nepal Academic Council, and Pramila van Ommen, who is here representing the all-party parliamentary group on Nepal, who works with Alex Baker, MP, who is the chair of that group, who unfortunately can't be here today. So, ladies, the floor is yours.
Hi, so I'd just like to introduce myself as well as I'm a professor of collaborative action research and first went to Nepal 40 years ago and have had links with Padmakanya campus, with Serij, with lots of universities, but also I'm an activist academic. And really glad today that Pramila can join us. So I'm currently the chair of the Britain-Nepal Academic Council, and I think today my job's quite easy because you've shared so much information in this room, and I'm mindful people are waiting for lunch. So I've been at Liverpool John Moores University for over 30 years, and in my current role as chair of the British Nepal Academic Council, we organise lots of different activities. And we also have Binu in the room, if you just put your hands up, who I'll mention in a moment, is leading the postgraduate group. So if you're a master's or postgraduate student, please make time to network. And we do lots of different activities as the BNAC, and a new website is coming. It's taking time just to fine-tune it and check it before we launch it, but we're very interested in collaborating, and I've learned so much today from people in this room. And it's a safe space to share your stories, but also they're being recorded, and I think we're going to have some really good solutions coming. It's got me thinking in some ways I'd change my presentation a little bit. But in terms of what we do, we are a group of academics and students who study and research in Nepal, both British and Nepali. As members, the academic team supervise, we publish, we host, we don't call the Nepal Study Days a conference. We want to keep it open and friendly, and we don't want to scare people off. And it's very much based on learning from and with masters and PhD students. But given the presentation today, and coming here, I'm starting to think we need to do more and reach out to the undergraduate population. So we also convene conferences in Nepal, and this year the Nepal Study Days is in Birmingham on the 15th and 16th, and I'd like to call out to anyone, the speakers today, anyone who would like to come to join a panel. I think this discussion needs to take place within our networks as well. I'm also on the committee member of the Brango. I've got lots of contacts with NGOs and have got stories which I can't share, but one of the things that's I can't share the details of the stories, but one of the things that shocked me recently is people talking to me about how they have been sort of conned and ripped off and underpaid by the Nepali community. And that really hurt, because I have PhD students looking at Gurkhas and elderly Gurkhas who are coming off, who are also in vulnerable positions. They have organisations like the Gurkha Welfare Scheme to support them. But often those stories that I've heard in the past have been they've been conned by not from within their own community. And I think we do need to make this a public issue and a public debate. And how do you call people out when you hear things is a big dilemma, because we also need to be mindful of sort of confidentiality as well. We have a postgraduate support group. We lobby on key issues, and we're in the process, hopefully, sometime this year. It was our 25th year anniversary last year, but because of lots of things that were going on, especially politically, we postponed it till this year. So we will send details of that. But I'm also a lecturer, and I've been lecturing for 30 years and supporting not just Nepali students, but I'm currently the International Mobility Coordinator, and all universities who recruit students from overseas should have within their disciplines somebody who looks after the students when they come in. I'm connected to the Nepal Society in Liverpool John Moores, where I'm based, but currently there's not as many students in my university as there used to be. But have noticed, especially in business, an increasing rise. So my experience is, yes, they're starting to come in more numbers. So it's something that I need to reconnect with, because I think the pandemic had a little bit of an impact on the connections, and we need to make sure we do more in person. So as international mobility coordinators, I'm going to feed back to my university, but ask them to pass this on to other universities, that we do need to connect more and work, not just for Nepali students, but for all students who come with similar pressures. The key issue of rent has been made by many people, and it is a big issue, and knowledge is power. You need to know, what does your money buy? So I heard a story of 2 students paying £500 each for a room in a house, in a Nepali house, and they were being charged this amount of money, and they didn't even have a desk in their room. And I'm not going to mention the city or the community, because I'm sure this is happening in other places as well. But again, when they offered, when they were challenging this and saying they were going to leave, the community started to spread gossip, and that added to their mental stress, accusing them of having affairs with the people they were having their group work with. And this really hurt. This was like, whoa, you've already got lots of stress. You do not need more when you get here. So there is a vulnerability. Clear, open information about costs. You need to know, for those two people in that room, they could have had a complete full apartment in Liverpool. And this is something which we share and people will then learn from. We also have, every university has excellent student support, but we have to break the shame and stigma and encourage people to reach out. I've been lecturing for 30 years, and I would say at least 50, if not more, % of my national students all have high anxiety. We are living in a very pressurised world, and our services are under pressure, but we need to make sure that those services are available. And one example, Huddersfield has put a lot of effort because they have a lot of students there in the health department, and they've started to set up funds to support their own students from Nepal. So I'd be interested to see if anyone has positive examples from your universities. So yes, we need to look at the challenges, but let's also share some of the solutions that you have within your own communities and how we can work together. I've mentioned the PhD group, which came out of a conference that we hosted, and they're going to have a website page, and we need to talk to them about how we increase the numbers of people engaged, and also the role of you as ex-students. And the British Council also have a very good alumni network that they've developed. That I went to the event in Kathmandu in December, and we need to draw on the alumni to share stories of both the positive but also the challenges and how they resolved them, how the practical solutions. So please reach out if you're interested. And this idea that knowledge is power, there are some excellent sources of information out there sharing deeply personal stories, people sharing their struggles, but a lot of them, as somebody mentioned, of the advertisement, of the recruitment, it's kind of marketing speak. When the agents go, they're selling the positives. But we also need to highlight the issues, challenges, and support that can be offered. So these two here, one is by Hernikata, another one which I came across, but there are so many. But how do people access them, and which ones do you trust? And I think we have a need to create a space, and there are many spaces that everyone's talked about, and it's how we pull those together so people can be directed to the right information. And finally, social media has come up, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions in the panels this afternoon. We have people in this room who are social media influencers and can use that power. But what to use? It used to be Twitter was the main one. Now people have moved to maybe Blue Sky. Facebook is still very popular, and Instagram, but also LinkedIn and TikTok. And again, I've only just started TikTok, and it's a bit weird because the older generations, like myself, I've dipped my foot in to the pool of TikTok, and I've been quite surprised at the response to it because it's kind of gone viral because it's all about my life in sickness. But I do want to cover more serious topics as I engage in it, but I do need some help because I had help in Nepal with the TikTok posts. So I think we need to maybe, as older generations, get more involved in the spaces where young people are. And the website's coming soon, but the key thing is that we are here to listen to students, to learn from you, and to support you. And on that note, I'd like to hand over to Pramila, who is definitely got a lot of experience in this area. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pramila. So I came to the UK 27 years ago at the ripe old age of 19 to become a student, and I am still a student as well, not of life, but I am a PhD student. And also just wanted to say I'm also maybe a poster child for BNAC, for Britain-Nepal Academic Council, because they have been there for me since my undergraduate days when I went to different conferences, and it really is a family supportive network. And then here I am now, many years later, doing a PhD through the support of Britain Nepali Academic Council on a full scholarship. I also work as the secretary for the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Nepal. Now, what is this? It's actually in Parliament, it's not just a name. And it is, APPGs are groups that have no official status in Parliament, but they are run by members from the House of Commons and Lords. And, you know, they can choose to work with different organizations. So we have one actually set up in Parliament where the chair, Alex Baker, MP, my boss, is running things to bring different MPs and Lords together who may have different topics of interest regards Nepal and, you know, who care very deeply. So there's Alex Baker, my chair, and what she does is she will advocate on different Nepal issues in Parliament, and also she will bring around, you know, maybe bring up different issues to different committees, like Defense Committee where she's at, and brought around different members of Parliament, MPs together to honor Gurkha. So here's just some of the activities that have been done in Parliament, and people can just go around there, and she's even, you know, brought Bajia and Bojus, our grandmothers, our elders, to go around on tours of Parliament. But it's not all just about advocacy and policy and all these bigger things. This is where the student section comes in. So I just wanted to lead you on a small little journey here, which is the Under Radar group in Aldershot, made mainly of students. And they had this little art exhibition, and we said, well, why don't we invite the chair? And people think, wow, you know, you can invite an MP for a small art exhibition with students? Yes. What happened then? After they invited Alex Baker, she connected them to the local council, who then connected them to the Hampshire Cultural Trust, and they got funding to do a wonderful outdoor festival in a public space in Aldershot. And after that, that then led on to other contacts within the local areas, which was, this is the Church of the Ascension, you know, so different spaces and links and different community members started saying, hey, you know what, you want to do an art exhibition, you want to do a film premiere, you can do it at my space. So these are the little ripple effects that happens when you start connecting with your local councillors, with your local members of Parliament. So I really encourage students to do that. It can, you know, we can talk about big issues, but we can also make wonderful things happen. And also, we had another event which, you know, you all, especially students, feel so much about the wonderful, well, the uprising that happened with the Gen Z. And with that, through members of Parliament, we decided to have a little listening event at, in Aldershot. And here you can see different councillors and the MP also coming there, where, you know, Nepali students in the area were invited. In fact, we had quite a few students from different Nepali student societies also write to us and ask what can, you know, the government do regards this. You know, when we were all checking, the interim government had been implemented, everything was happening so fast, and we have invited students. If you want to do something in Parliament, you are welcome, just reach out to us. So just practical tips, you can write to your local MP, no matter what your visa status. So this is very important for international students. You know, if there are local concerns, you can contact your local councillors, but you can contact it, you don't have to say, oh, I'm an international student, I don't have a British passport, or I'm not a European resident. No, you can write to your local MP. And if you want, if you have bigger, larger, more national issues or issues concerning Nepal and not just your local area, then you can write to us. So the details are there. And you can collaborate with us to create some events as well. And if you want to come and visit us, just contact us. All right then, thanks.
Well, there you are. I think there's something that has struck me from all the speakers this morning is just how many people there are out there rooting for Nepali students in this country and trying to help. And I think that's a theme which we might try and pick up in some of the discussions this afternoon. However, many of you are looking very hungry, so I think we'll break there for lunch. Could I ask you to be back in your seats, please, for 1:45? That's just over half an hour. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I should mention that lunch is in the room next door. So if you'd like to go through and pick up your lunch, then come back in here to eat it. Thanks. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So could I ask those of you who are taking part in the panel discussion to come up onto the stage, please? There you go. Okay, we're a bit short of panelists. Okay, have we got, is Pawan Kandel here? Pawan, do you want to come up on the stage? Dr. Ravi Noipane? Yep, great, good. Namira, honest. And Sushant. Okay, so we're now going to start on the afternoon discussions. There are 2 panels, different groups of people on each. This first one I will be chairing, and it will have 2 parts. For the first 30 minutes or so, I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves, and I'll then be asking a series of open questions related to the issues that Nepali students face, the challenges they face, and they'll be free to give answers. So we'll do that for about 30 minutes, and we'll then open up the panel discussion to questions from all of you. So please, as you're listening to the discussion, do think about questions you might like to ask the panelists, either individual panelists or general questions you'd like to ask the whole panel. So let's get started. I think if we could start from the far side, if you can just quickly introduce yourselves, please. Thank you.
Hi, I'm London Nepalnews, and I'm lecturer at the University of Roehampton. I also represent the UK Nepal Higher Education Body, UNECAB. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Yingbo Yu. I'm from UK Council for International Student Affairs, known as UKISA. If it's easier, it rhymes with visa. That's how I usually introduce our organization. So our organization is an independent charity and a membership organization that supports international students directly, but also the university who work with them. And we provide credible, trusted information and advice to both international students and staff at universities.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Sharon Gimmin from the Home Office, and I'm the National Community Engagement Lead for Asia South and Southeast, which obviously includes Nepal.
Hi everyone, I'm Namira Shrestha and I'm the President of University of West London, and I've been here since 4 years. So I've come here through as a student doing undergrad, and I'm still doing my postgrad right now, and that's about me. Thank you.
Pawan Kandel, I'm the president of Merging NEPSOX. Merging NEPSOX operates as an umbrella organization of Nepali students and young professionals in the UK. Profession-wise, I work in finance. I'm a mergers and acquisitions advisor.
Hello everyone, it's me, Sushant Yadav. I'm from University of West London. I'm the Nepali Society president. And it has been 3 years I'm in here UK studying undergraduate. Actually, I'm in the last semester. I'm soon will be graduating. It was such a nice journey to have a study in the UK with some ups and downs, and seeing all the problems of the students, which I feel and I go through it. But at the end, I solve my problems, and I'm here to deliver my problems and the challenges which students are feeling in my society, in my Nepalese community of UWL and other students. That's it.
Great, thank you very much. Well, let's get started on the general questions, and I'm going to start with a question for Namira and Sushant, which is, what motivates Nepalese students to want to come to the UK and study? Why do you come here?
Firstly, I think while we complete our +2 or 12 class, students wants to come to abroad because of us living in the abroad to see like the successful side of it. And the second thing is like the family pressure, because everybody is going to abroad and I think you should too. So that's like the reality of every household, I guess. And or maybe they would like to pursue their career in different cities or university like UK, top universities in the UK, because they want to gain more insights of it. And yeah, personally from my side, those are 3 topics.
Okay, so if you see like Nepalese students who are coming in the UK for or the abroad, especially for the better education and the better life opportunity. But if you see in the Nepali context, like nowadays in the Nepal there has been a trend going on, like everyone wants to go to abroad and study, not for the like better study. They are because of the family pressures. They are thinking like with the study wise they can have some on money, because in the foreign country there is a like part-time culture, so which makes in Nepalese family people like, oh, you are studying and you can earn money as well. So that's like there's a big impact in family head in back home, because most of our family back home in Nepal is not educated, because they just think like, oh, money. Only they in the mind they have only money. Even though like you see the consultancies, like they mainly focus people saying, oh, you can earn this much money. They never say like what are you gonna study there, how you gonna manage your life there. They will never tell you like how will be your life after studying in a better uni, better courses, better module. They end up saying like, oh, you will have like this much money in this year. You can have a 3 or 4 month gap to earn lots of money. That's the only things I think Nepalese people have in their mind. I think only 10% of Nepalese students coming here to get a better study. Whenever I was seeing, because if you look back to the data, I have never seen like lots of Nepalese people have done good thing in a study wise. You will see, I think like 90% students having like good subjects, either in the undergraduate, in the postgraduate, but if you look before data, they end up doing just like low-graded jobs. Why? Because during the study time, they are not studying. Even the family is not seeing this. Even like, I think the government did not focus on these things. Even because in Nepal, the government is running on the remittance. And the government is fully wanting to like get as much remittance as they can get, because the country is fully cropped. And they have like no better idea about education. And if you see like 10% of students who are like really want to come for a country to study, it's like in the back home, people have like not better education. Like if you go to some field like modern ones, computer, they don't have better like industries, no internship opportunity. That's why people are like moving to other modern country like UK, like because UK education is based in the world. We all know that. You have the like long history of the best educations. That's why people from Nepal mostly want to come. If you look at like nowadays, like if you go to Nepal, if you go and study a 3-year course or a 4-year course, will take a 5-year time. Even I seen my my own brother, he was studying undergraduate. Like his course need to finish in 4 years, but he took around nearly 5 years to end up getting the result. And he was so frustrated, like I studied 4 years, but to get my result, I have to wait 2 more years. Why is like that? Because the government is not governing like education properly. These are the things as well, like in Nepal, students think like, oh, I will have to wait this much year to get studies, so it's better to go outside, other country, foreign country, to be like there is lots of market opportunity as well. That's why mostly Nepalese students want to go abroad.
Thank you. Thanks very much to both of you. Would any of the other panelists like to add anything on that topic of motivation of students? If not, we'll move on. Okay? Yeah, let's move on. So the next general question is all about information, and I was going to ask Pawan if you could just say a bit about the quality of the information which students get before they start their studies here.
Thanks, Nick. I think information is the key, because that's the starting point. Unfortunately, Nepal does not really have research-based culture, so students don't really do their own research. There are few reasons why. For example, like Seren mentioned, the language on UKVI Home Office guidance is quite technical sometimes. There is certain level of literacy expectation, legal literacy expectation. So they rely on things like TikTok and social medias, which has outdated, incomplete, half-truth sort of information. Finding real information is difficult. All this information, the primary source is the marketing materials prepared by university through educational consultancies. So what they see in those marketing materials is what is probable rather than what is, like for instance, they see what is possible rather than what is probable. What is possible, a good job, well-paid career, maybe indefinite leave to remain, that is possible, and that's what is advertised, that's the impression. What is probable, maybe academic misconduct, having to, face financial stress, those kind of realities are never really touched on the marketing materials. Obviously, the purpose of marketing is to bring students to the university. So, the missing part is the eco-level system of ecosystems transparency. The realities, what leads to academic misconduct, what are the day-to-day realities of operating in educational system in the UK. So I think the source of information could be finding institutions or neutral parties like Merging NEPSOCs who have been volunteering in providing information and clarity. But the challenge is that obviously unless they are already in the UK, they do not really have much awareness about the existence of neutral parties like us. But more importantly, it goes back to the point I made earlier on step 1. There should be an orientation program which should be made compulsory, linked to the NOC, no objection certificate. So they do not get to skip that orientation program. Maybe British Council or relevant parties can run through that, and they'll cover every important. That would be then effective.
Thank you very much. Any comments from anyone else? Yeah, Yinbo.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, our organization, UKISA, does provide credible, trusted information. But one of our, I guess, horror story, actually, I would say, from our member institution, which I won't name who, it's a real story that a student went to their visa advisors within their university and asked for some information. When the advisor gave the information to the students on the advice, the student turned on the phone, asked ChatGPT if that's the case, and then turn to the visa advisor and say, my ChatGPT just said what you give me was wrong, and I trusted ChatGPT. It's obviously a very sort of isolated incident, but really kind of, it's quite revealing in terms of, I mean, we all use kind of technology from TikTok or AI platforms to find all sorts of information from professional life to daily life. I use AI to help me pick the restaurant for the weekends and all that. But where do we really, what we can do to support the students find the right, credible information? We can't change their habits in terms of how they use the technology or platforms. But what we can do, which I know a lot of universities are doing a lot of good work, is to making sure that, for example, on their website, when information or guidance is there, it's going to be very user-friendly, not only to the students, but also to the AI platform, so that the ChatGPT or alike can capture that right information and potentially sharing that with the students. So I do think, as the technology and the world is evolving in terms of how human beings access information and how we would really kind of cope with that more digestible or with the shorter attention span, I think we all have to think really hard how we approach the new generations, not only students, but also future parents and families who would provide that information for the students too.
Thank you. I think that's an excellent point. I mean, from my own experience, that's absolutely true. I mean, as an ex-employee of IBM, I'm very familiar with all the technologies, but I'm well aware that younger generation, particularly Gen Z and younger, are using these platforms in very different ways to, for example, somebody like of my generation would use it. So very valid point. Thank you very much. Any other comments on that? Okay. Let's move on then. The next question is about the agencies in Nepal. And I wanted to ask you, Ravi, what your view is on this. Are these agencies well enough supervised and controlled? I mean, we heard that from the British point of view, the agencies working with universities here are subject to legislation. How about the Nepal end? How's that?
Yeah, this is something that I haven't had first-hand contact with those in Nepal, but I did battle with some other universities regarding some sort of the bad practices, like their passports were held by, apparently, allegedly, by the agency in Nepal until whatever payments they had to do, that they would give the passport in the airport. And then I did talk to the university's director of international students, so that took quite many months to work through, and without properly establishing whether the agents had malpractices. One of my distant sister did mention about one of the adverts about studying in the UK, as we heard earlier in New Delhi, similarly in the western small town about, and I saw that, and what a promising and attractive advert that was. Yeah. So here, what I meant to say is, what ordinary boys and girls in different part of the Nepal are getting information is, as we did say earlier, particularly about half-truth or misinformation and lack of clarity about the life here when they come to study. And secondly, I suppose that the ECAN, Nepal's educational agency body, industry body, there are more than that actually. And as the Joint Secretary with the Nepal government did mention, that they should work hard enough to regulate the agencies. And I suppose that, you know, the other challenges to that is the universities in the UK authorize fairly large businesses who are based in the UK. Then they do have a sub-agents within Nepal. Even if there were large companies within Nepal, they also have the sub-agents. And I do find many of them are not really equipped to do good work of providing independent information. UK, UKISA and the British Council are some of the, I personally find, trusted sources that they can go to. But again, we're talking about how much research students are going to do, how much efforts to go to the right people, right organizations, or just okay by any social media. But how do we work between the new generation and the authentic information, as well as blatant malpractices within Nepal about, you know, selling information that is not truth and that is not fully true.
Good. Thank you very much. Yeah. Any other comments from anybody? Sharon, I don't know if you'd like to comment on this.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke earlier about this as well. I mean, the agents problem, and you touched on it, it's completely correct. It's all good and well us regulating the universities here to say agents that you're using must be regulated. As I mentioned, I think I touched on it earlier, is that sub-agents. Now, we know the demand for international students is huge. In Nepal it would be, in all parts of India it is, in China it is. So agents know. So if you've got a big agent here, with all the best will in the world, they're going to have sub-agents. And it's probably those sub-agents who rely on the commission. Each student gets commission. I never realized at the time, until I started doing the work around students, probably about 2-3 years ago. For each, I mean, I'm sure every region is different, but you get quite a big, I think it's quite a high percentage for per student recruited into a UK university. And it's all paid up front. So that student, for example, may not last the whole, if it's an undergraduate, whole 3 years. They might not even last 3 years, but the agent is getting that commission. So it's big money. Yes. It is big money. And I do agree with you. We do have to work with our host countries. We do have to work with the Nepal government to crack down this problem. The UK Home Office and our agencies up abroad won't be able to do this on their own. And I know a lot of work does get done in the talking with the, with those individual governments to help us crack down on the agents, because it's the same as any people smuggling. It's a massive industry at the moment. It's a lot of money. It is. So once again, come back to the same point. We need to work together on this. Universities, us, governments, students themselves, bodies. We all need to work together.
Any other comments? No? Okay, let's move on, and I'm going to come back to Pawan again, who's in the center of things today. And I wanted to ask about Nepali alumni. We have some in the audience today, some I'm sure who are watching on the live stream link. It seems to me, and I think one or two speakers alluded to this, that previous alumni who've been to UK universities have an important part to play in helping new students when they come here. I wonder if you'd just like to comment on what your views are on that.
I think the key role alumni can play is they can be early warning translators. The problem we are having is that when a student gets an email about fee warnings, fee deadlines, they don't take it seriously. They don't understand the context of that email. It's not any spam email. They're going to send the fee deadlines. A couple of weeks' time, they will probably it will get you into the process of withdrawing sponsorship and stuff like that. So that sort of seriousness they don't understand, and probably alumni can better explain the context. The second thing is the realities of the UK, working 20 hours a week, the minimum wages jobs they have to do, balancing emotions, sentiments, work life, those kind of things are never talked about. So I think they can share the first-hand experience as well. Even more important is choosing right university and courses. Obviously, there are enough online materials, but I think a first-hand experience and someone who has experienced the university systems, they can better tell what courses have a graduate prospectus and what do not, what is sellable in the market and what is not. Yeah, rightly so, I think. But also, one last thing I want to make a comment on is that right now, it has been goodwill-based intervention from alumni, but what we need is more structured communication and mentorship programs, so that to match with the current students and alumni continuously. That would be useful.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pawan. Any comments from anyone else? No? Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on and back to the student experience. And there's really two questions. And I'd like to come back to Namira and Sushant to ask you two questions, if I may. First of all, from your own experience, what improvements should be made to pre-application advice and support that you got? And what improvements should be made to pre-embarkation briefing? In other words, once you've got a place and you know you're coming to the UK, what information do you need? So,
this is like pre-departure information. It's like mainly related to the accommodation, because when you come to the new country, the main problem is the accommodation. Where you're going to live, because we don't know where to live. You're going to have like serious problem for you. So before departure, either is you're going through agencies, or you as a student you are coming, or the university. They need to provide detailed information about accommodation. Like university have a uni accommodation that can be short-term accommodation if you want to stay in a university. Otherwise, if you want to stay outside, you need to have proper detailed information about that. Because most of the students when they come, they don't have proper detail where they're going to stay. They don't know where is that place, how far is from the university. That make them trouble. While they are coming to the airport, immigration officers, they will be like, do you know about this place? They just know where you're going to stay, but where is it, how far is it, they don't know about it. So this information as well, they need to know before coming to the uni, either through the online, if you go to the online, you will say website is, every detail is there. If you go and search how far is this location from your uni, you can know about it. Other things as you say, there was orientation should be done, Pawan told. There should be mandatory orientation, so people will get to know what is going to happen there. The real, I will say it's people, not from the top peoples, actually the student experience. Either any student who have currently studying in the uni, they need to provide briefing because they are ground rooted, so they know what is the actual thing. Not from the outside people, just sitting on the top, they don't know actually the ground level. So it's better to get an orientation program from the students who are actually studying, because they will provide you details, more detailed, basic, what they are feeling emotionally or what they are lacking, the financially they are feeling, all the things you need to know before applying the visa, I will say. Not after the visa. You got the visa and you were like, oh, these are the problems there, how are you going to tackle this? If you know before the visa, everything like this, then you will be prepared. Before applying visa, you'll be wholly prepared. So, oh, after visa getting, I have to do this, I have to do that, and I have to go through that process. I have to find accommodation. I have to like look after my emotions, hot, loneliness. I have to manage my financial stress. These all things should be known before the visa. So like you say, education agency is doing the webinar, but they are just providing this uni, the fee, and the what is the story. They not tell you about the actual life and social life of the UK. So before visa, these things should be mandatory done. Either like webinar having the agency, the sub agencies in our country, they need to do these kind of things. Either the governments like the UKBI, they also need to do any webinar related to this. So like this issue should be done and people should know before their visas, not after the visas. I'm repeating after the visas. Why? Because once you get the people visa in the back home country like us, they have spent lots of money to get that visa. And they can't go back. They end up coming here. Even though they know they can't handle it, they end up coming here. And you can see there's some serious issues. The people having like a mental problem coming here. They have a loneliness. They don't want to talk with anyone. Why it's happening? Because they weren't prepared. They were not all aware. So that's all I think.
Super. Thank you very much. I think I'm going to skip a couple of questions in the interest of time, but I'd like to come back to one question we've got, which is for Ravi, which is the question about additional arrangements that are needed to help students when they come to this country. And I know you've been very involved in setting up a telephone and email helpline, for example, and Merging NEPSOCs also have very good arrangements for that. What additional measures do you think are necessary to help students?
It largely comes down to the role of what I do as a lecturer, really, because some of the students that I taught in the summer were keen to meet me as the first lecturer that they met, and they had a gap after the summer to the autumn time. So the reason I'm saying this is that while there are several departments within the university as large organization, but the first line contact is largely lecturer. And we do have explicit role as a pastoral care and for welfare. And we've been provided guidelines and professional response to that. And I believe which we do quite in length regarding such as financial stuff, academic stuff. And I said to a student, if you continue what you are now doing with your dissertation, either you will fail, or if you did get help, there may be that you may be caught into academic misconduct. I don't know what he's going to do, but I've told him, you ask me for more meetings. So these are mostly on the side of the lecturer's life, that how the students get information, help, signposting from the frontline staff that is largely lecturer. But right at the beginning, as we probably talked about life in Nepal, and coming here for the first week will be around, rules coming from Home Office, the attendance requirement, and therefore attending the lectures and accommodation and all that kind of things. So that first week is very important for students to know everything about what's where. And talking about the lecturer, I wouldn't say poor lecturer. I think I get paid more than what I should deserve. But this is the challenge of time about how much we can support as academic staff versus many well-being units and so on. So this is also quite a challenge, and particularly that the Nepalese students who come here and vulnerable are 18, 19 years old, undergrad first year and so on. And as I spoke this morning about, mostly the deaths are round about 19, 20 and that range. So that probably should alert us about who are the problematic, the age group largely. The other side, the organizations such as the helpline that we started in September with you, Nick, and Pawan, and I, and Rajan is here, and Ramesh is here. So we have also the embassy support, I believe. And so helpline basically is where you go mostly at the crisis stage when regular university helpline is not there. It is when you likely are about to be homeless or that there is something serious that is not ordinarily sorted out by university. However, the students ask all kinds of help and questions. Now, talking about one of the students that I was very involved about sending him back home started from January last year, where at the end of the January, the Met Police had attended a distress call. Soon after, he went missing, and that was to do with housing where it started. And I launched the missing person report to the Met Police, and for a month until end of February, so they searched. Eventually, he was found in the homeless center in Ilford, and that's where I went to meet him, and His Excellency Mr. Dewadi did arrange the documentation, and eventually he did go back home, and thankfully that is continuing with his education in Nepal. What it shows here, at the root was him coming off the university. And by the time he was in the homeless center, he had addictions. So it was multifold challenge that I came to experience in the front line. And I don't know how, where it comes from, but I had person to kind of work over time. I think it was April time when he eventually went back. But I suppose that part of the problem is the disconnection with the university. Either student chooses or that there is something that where they are not taking help. So university, like me, I'm the, sort of the, babysitting guy, partly. They should, make use of that. If there's a bit complex problem, there's helpline. And also that we need to know about some of the complex problem that Rajan mentioned in his talk earlier, that some of the things become really complex, and I believe that the government agencies could also assist in those situations where we have found ourselves talking, what are we going to do about this case in the helpline? This is absolutely new, and we are not trained professionals, but a listening service and signposting. Have I answered the question or too much?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think you've answered the question, but let's see what the others think. Anybody like to add anything to what Ravi's been saying there? No? Okay. Thank you, Ravi. That's great. I understand that we've got a representative from the Ministry of Education in Nepal who is online and who is willing to take questions. So I think let's break with the formal questions there. Can we get him online up on the screen? And meanwhile, can I have the here, Mr. Sanjog Rai. Oh no, sorry, not Sanjog Rai. Yeah. Mr. Shiva Kumar Sabkota, we can see you on screen. I mean, तपाईँले हेर्न सक्छ अहिले राम्रो छ धेरै धन्यवाद we need to unmute हामी तपाईँलाई सुन्न सक्दैन तपाईँ unmute गर्नुपर्छ
Yes, I am on mute now.
ए हुन्छ राम्रो छ thank you very much
Okay.
thank you for joining us हामी यहाँ सल्लाह गर्दैछौँ we're having a discussion on many of the points related to students we've had a panel here on the stage who have been answering a few questions but we're just about to open it up to questions from the audience so if you could stay online please and if anybody has any questions for you we'll get them to ask them so let's
I will for sure. I will for sure.
thank you very much thanks
Please go on. Yeah.
so let's open the discussion up to questions from the floor. And as we have Mr. Shiva Kumar Sapkota online, I suggest that we focus our questions to him first, as he's quite a busy man, and I think it'd be a good idea to get the questions to him. So, questions? Yes. And could you just explain who you are before you ask your question? Just name and where you come from. Thanks.
Kiran Rami from HRU's Harrow Richmond Uxbridge College Group. I suppose the obvious question, and something which we've been discussing here, and the question for the ministry, is what plans do you have to regulate the agents in Nepal? Because having visited Nepal a number of times, we've seen some very good consultancies and some very, very not so good, put it mildly. And so what plans do you have? It's something we've been discussing here in this conference.
Sorry, you're on mute again.
So shall I wait for the other questions as well, or go one by one?
If you'd like to answer that question, if you'd like to answer that question first, please, that'd be great.
Okay, so straight away going to respond to the question raised by a colleague. This is a very important question for the government of Nepal, Ministry of Education, basically. Yes, having heard all the concerns and questions and also the reflections, observations made by colleagues, presenters, I mean the experts, and also the students from the conference today. I have really been impressed by the way you are putting the questions, concerns of the students, basically the core challenges and issues, and also the problems they are facing in UK. And some of them are, very serious, and the Minister of Education has to take very immediate action to respond to, and to give solution to those, situations, right? So, and now, specifically going to your, particular question, the Ministry of Education, yes, of course, we do have, so many consultancy agencies working under different legal arrangement. They are, many of them are, doing well and doing good, and the students are very much, satisfied with the service they are provided. And some of them, as you said, are not, as you indicated, good, and they will definitely be corrected, and they will come under the the desirable framework of delivery of their services as well in future. So now, from the Minister of Education side, we are now engaged in, as I indicated earlier in my remarks, that we are revising the regulatory framework, basically, customized to the consultancy agencies. So that framework will definitely make the consultancy agency more accountable, more responsive to the student services, and they will be made very much proactive. And the government of Nepal also will closely work with them and we will definitely create a kind of, platform, a kind of space where we will have a kind of reciprocal system of listening to the questions and concerns of the students, and also will be able to, provide adequate services that the students are, aspiring for at the moment. We will definitely now onward, have a kind of strong collaboration with those consultancy agency, and come up with a kind of, strong and very doable and operable sort of, mechanism to be a little bit, more proactive and more responsive to the concerns of students, so that they will feel more comfortable, and they will get enough, counseling beforehand, and so that their, the support system, and also the entire, the study life will become better in future. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask a follow-on question about this? The legislation that you're looking at and investigating, is that looking at the agents and also the sub-agents who work with them, or is it only looking at the top level of agents? Because one of the issues that's come up today has been the fact that although the top level agents may be okay and may be working well, the sub-agents may be working badly and be less well regulated. Can I just confirm that the work you're doing is looking at all the agents, the sub-agents, not just the top tier?
Surely. Thank you very much again for this follow-on question. In fact, yes, the agents and the agency, meaning the personnel, the entire, group of personnel who are employed for working with that particular agency or the consulting firm, will be, looked into, and they will definitely be monitored, well monitored, and their actions will definitely be well monitored. And if there are any kind of, misconduct, and any kind of, illegal, activities being, carried out by those agents or agencies, at the top level or at the, ground level, they will be, they will be put under the legal action. And government of Nepal, especially Minister of Education, is very much keen and serious about, monitoring those, activities of the agencies and the agents. Yes, of course, I would like to, request you to understand the position of the Minister of Education at the moment, that we are definitely looking forward to having a very strong and robust system, so that this, criticism, and the any kind of, the illegal actions will be completely controlled in the days to come. Yeah.
That's excellent. Thank you. And that's very good news. I'm delighted to hear that. Thank you very much indeed. Let's open it up to another question. Yes, Ramesh. If you can just introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm Ramesh Velvase, and I'm the co-secretary of ONLD UK, a wing of Rashtriya Swatantra Party Nepal. My question, it's kind of a very serious question for you, because we have been facing that issues in here as well. We have been advocating for student rights and everything. In event of death of a student in UK, is there any insurance policy, anything like the workers who goes to Gulf country? I think they have an insurance plan in Nepal. Can it be said, insurance plan for students, so that his or her body can be carried in Nepal? Currently, we have been raising funds from different institutions, relatives, and other members. So, can a fund could be set up so that a body can be carried to Nepal? Thank you.
Thank you for the very serious and sensitive question as well. In fact, what I would like to let you know is, as I indicated in my earlier remarks, that the cross-border education system, international education system, transnational education system, this trend has been increasing over the past quite a few years in Nepal. And along with basically the increasing trend of this kind of, movement of the student for overseas studies, study abroad, we have been, the government have been now seriously working on establishing a kind of system so that we will be able to reach out to the citizens who are living in any part of the globe. That includes, as you said, the student in UK and students in Gulf, student in any, parts of the world. So this is also not only the question of, establishing insurance system, but also the establishing a kind of support mechanism based on the very coordinated kind of linkage and the system established within the relevant countries and relevant governments and also relevant agencies of the relevant governments, right? So I think now Minister of Education is my colleague. I would like to tell you very frankly that based on this kind of new trend of, student movement around the globe, you see, we are trying to develop a kind of new legal arrangement, legal mechanism to address those issues, including the one that you raised and also the ones that were discussed during the whole day today in this conference, right? So but definitely government of Nepal is working towards that direction, and I think you will be able to see the result in very shortly. Yes, this is what I would like to tell you now.
Super, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for connecting with us in the late hours. It's 8 p.m., late evening there in Kathmandu. But again,
Oh
I
yeah.
really appreciate your concern and then your availability. It's your family time, but it shows your responsiveness, especially how responsive the Ministry of Education is, the government is, that you're showing us. I thank you so much and your team for connecting with us. Especially this concern just raised by Rameshji is really important because in the late months, especially in the last couple of years, we have been reported the death cases of Nepali students. And, we need to compare it with the migrant workers who go to Middle East and other countries through a legal channel, through work permit from Department of Employment. DOFE, maybe. And
Yeah.
if there is any issue arises, especially for the repatriation of dead bodies of the migrant workers, there is a Foreign Employment Promotion Board, and they support the embassies to carry those bodies, to repatriate those bodies back to Nepal. But it's unfortunate, but I think we need to think about this case, especially to the case of students, because they do not go through the process that Nepali laborers go to foreign countries for work, and embassies do not have separate fund to send those bodies back to Nepal. So we are doing all these things with the support of community. So Ministry of Education, I think, need to take note of these things and think in coming days how we can be very responsive to our students, especially not only in UK, in other countries as well, because the casualties are increasing, number of students in foreign countries are increasing, and the problems are equally increasing. So community is really generous to the embassy, so they are shouldering our responsibility, the responsibility of the government, but it will be again it comes in our prerogative that we need to be very responsive. So this is like, I'm not seeking answer from your side, but this is a common concern for us in our coming days. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And finally, I would also like to emphasize that we will definitely initiate with very specific, concerns and also specific actions in coordination with relevant departments in Nepal, relevant ministries in Nepal, and also we will, as I already, let you know that. We have also been working with the ambassadors of the certain countries in Nepal to establish a kind of a system so that we will have a very much clear cut visibility in those areas, and also we will be very much effective to provide those sort of support system to the Nepali citizen, irrespective of their location, present location, right? So this is what we have been working on. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I will definitely, continue to be concerned with those, issues and challenges, and definitely in future, I will be able to come up with a very robust, legal system to definitely, provide the services that are anticipated from the government of Nepal. Yeah, thank you.
Super. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And again, can I add my thanks for you? It is very late in Kathmandu now, and we're most grateful to you. Most grateful to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Great. Let's continue with the questions from the floor.
He's gone?
He's gone.
Oh.
Just to get a bit of clarification on the role of the agents. I'm sure the education agents will advise on what university or what education establishment should be best suited for the student. How much does the agent get involved in the visa process? Because it's one thing recommending a university, but then clearly the visa process, strictly speaking, if an applicant isn't able to demonstrate that they can support themselves to cover their fees and their living costs in the UK, they shouldn't be given a visa in the first place. I mean, that's pretty standard procedure. Do the agents get involved with providing documentation to support the visa application? Do they actually complete the visa application on the part of the applicants? Because, I mean, that gets into a very different area than advising purely on what's the best education establishment for them.
Let's try and find somebody who can answer that for you, because I certainly can't. Is anybody on the panel able to answer?
I mean, some of the students themselves who may have gone through agents. Maybe
Namira.
I mean, for UKISA, we don't work directly with agents, but from my knowledge in the sector, so it really depends on the agents, what kind of service they provide and what sort of students would choose. I mean, university do also have offices that provide that sort of immigration advice for the students to, obviously, they do need to complete the process by themselves. They could have done that through the agents. But what I also want to stress is that the UK now has the agent quality framework that British Council is leading and working with University UK, with UKISA, BUILA, and as well as actually, with consultation with Home Office and other departments. It is, of course, not a regulatory framework, but nonetheless, it's a very important framework to enable both the university, but also agents to work together to share that good practices. I mean, the rogue agent, or the rogue actor, I'd rather say, you can never really truly eliminate them, no matter how punitive the regulation might be. But what we can do is to making sure when, I think a lot of the horror story, again, I keep saying the horror story I've heard from students directly, is that they haven't made that informed choice when they go to their agents. They are not really aware of the consequences or even sometimes the package they sign up to. So it's not just the, again, a lot of the theme today is talking about working collaboration, coordination and share that information clearly with everybody, who to go to and when, at what stage of the journey. I think instead of focusing on those like the sort of bad actors and rogue practices, I think we should really focus on the good practices and making sure that we are supporting both the students and universities to thrive in that environment so that they can make that informed choice and follow, well, both the legal regulation but as well as the good practices. I don't know if anyone, student want to share.
You basically covered everything, but the only thing is like from starting choosing a university to coming to the UK, it's solely depend on what agents are doing. So from the process of getting into the university, by the application procedure and everything, by applying to the visa, everything is done by them. So it's really important for agents to tell us what's actually happening here in the UK. From personally speaking, from my side, I went to different consultancy in Nepal, and one of the university was pressurizing me to go to different university, which I didn't want to do. And I said, no, I want to join University of West London. And they were like, no, this university is not good. You should go to I won't say the name, but yeah, that university, it's really good, this and that. And for me, like for any normal students at Nepal, they would not look at the rankings, or they would not do their research or anything, and they will mainly trust the consultancy because we've come to them and we want to know what actually it's like, and they are the ones who have experience on providing visas, like experience on knowing the university more than us. So that's what students really do, yes.
Well, thank you for raising the point. I mean, I think it's a very important part of the pre-briefing process, isn't it? And I'm quite sure there are good agents out there who, with the best of intentions, are sorting out the visas as well. Some who are sorting out the visas with bad intentions. So it's a spectrum. Yes.
Just a quick update on the recent conversation with our spokesperson from the Ministry of Education. I was also having a chat side by side while he was speaking with him. So maybe he will not forgive me. I'm giving a lot of pressure to our colleagues in the ministry. So there are two updates. One is like the ministry will propose propose a new budget for this repatriation and rescue related things from upcoming fiscal year. So he has committed me, he will work on it. So from the new fiscal year, there will be some funds from which we can support our students in crisis. This is one thing. And next thing, I have also requested him and the officials from the Ministry of Education in Kathmandu to have a survey visit in the universities in UK, so that they can have a direct interface with our students and academics, even the officials from the Department of Education, Home Office, Foreign Office maybe. So he's very positive on that ground as well. So if they come directly here and meet with our students, interact with them, so it's a first-hand experience for them. So let's hope I'm in touch with them and then ready to facilitate on this ground as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you very much. So it's very good news. Yes, Rajendra.
Thank you for giving me opportunity to ask questions. Just my curiosity. I ask my students, like from my village or somebody who come contact with me, why do you come to the UK? Oh, Australia rejected. Why did you come to the UK? Uncle, America rejected. And why do you want to come to the UK? to earn money. Do you know how do you earn money? Work hard and, in the black economy and NI. Uncle, can you find me a NI job, please? They don't know. It's very hard to get the NI job. I mean, they need to find the NI job first. If they want to work in the black community, black economy, probably we can talk to the restaurant entrepreneurs and these people for cash and hand job, enough friends and, these things. My question here is a few, but I don't know, I don't want to be quite, activist, like Sarah Parker said. I'm an activist as well, so I like to raise questions. Is this because of we want to address the shortfall of UK universities that UK Home Office is granting visa for almost every rejectees? Australia rejection, Canada rejection, America rejection, UK granted. Why? Why UK is giving? My personal experience, I sponsored. It's just nothing personal. I invited a friend of mine who was a member of parliament, and I was kind of, I'm a UK citizen, and I had enough fun to accommodate him, to sponsor his flights and everything. I clearly said, I went to the solicitor and notarized as well, said, I will bear all the expenses during his visit to the UK. And I requested a visa refused. Said, sitting parliamentarian said, on the balance of probabilities, whatever, we doubt his return to the UK. Come on, a member of parliament will not come here and ask. I don't think Home Office has this record. And I invited my mother, she was like 75 that time, couple of times rejected, and she came and went. My mother's father, these kind of people, they don't want to live in this country. But all the rejectees are granting visas in the UK. And my question is, why don't we make sure they have enough fund to come and study in the UK? At least expenses for 6 months, affordability is very hard. You can imagine, it's just the quotation and narrations because we say, oh, fifth largest number of students come to the UK to study. Nepalese people, I don't think 1% of them can afford fees. I give you an example. One of my friends, luckily he's a very good entrepreneur. He's got loads of businesses in Nepal. Sent his son here to study one of the universities, did masters. He didn't even want to work as a PSW. He went back. I was trying to convince him to let him stay and work here at least 2 years so that he can get UK experience, go back home, and then, share his experiences and do better businesses in Nepal. He didn't want to because, uncle, I didn't like UK. No, I don't want to work like a donkey. I work in a Mediterranean restaurant, blah, 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 blah. Boss says this and that. It's inhuman. I can't work like that situation. And he went back. And I have got like my second, third cousins, daughters and sons. Everybody is burdened to me, honestly. I try to help them, but uncle, I can't pay rent. And I get email from the NRNA emails. Dear sir, I'm from really a poor family. I can't afford fee. I am mentally disturbed. I am going to be homeless. Can you help me? I reply, where do you live? Can you send me your visa status, your address, and I will talk to the community of where you live, and then probably we can sort something out. But I can't promise legal help. I can't promise financial aid. We can signpost. We can talk to the lawyers, and we can talk to the community people. We can refer to food bank. I will bring you, foods and just give you. And if you are really, really homeless, yes, we try to rescue you. Some people don't, respond. But this is becoming long. The question I wanted to ask to my education ministry is some government official. They give the NOC letter, right? Why don't we check their financial affordability? They could go to the UK or anywhere else. We are just talking kind of little bit in a loose direction. We need to be robust. University need to see. If university give them the sponsor later, so what is called like a certificate of sponsorship, I think you need to take some, on what basis you issue the certificate of sponsorship. If you haven't checked thoroughly, why? This is unethical. Because you want to charge money the poor, one of the poorest countries of Nepal. I think we need to address this issue.
Sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
I think first of all, we need to give people a chance to answer.
Thank you.
the
Sorry.
questions.
This is because I
so
wanted to bring
it-
everything together. Forgive me.
No,
I was long.
That's okay.
I know.
But
Just to add on that, thank you, Nick. So we have colleagues from Home Office and Department of Education as well. Universities are autonomous here, so they are free to decide what works for them and what doesn't work for them. But sometimes, as I said earlier, some of the universities really lack human thoughts, especially in the case of international students. So when international students do not meet certain criteria, or they are not able to deposit tuition fees or within the deadline, or even within the deadline but delayed due to some procedural or technical issues, they immediately write to UKVI for visa suspension or withdrawal. So is there any mechanism under the Department of Education or Home Office, under UKVI, to review these things? Because so every time all the decisions taken by the universities may not be that correct, especially in the case of international students. There should be some flexibility to be maintained or addressed in the case of international students if they are genuine. I'm not saying in every case you need to address the concerns of the students, but there should be something where the embassy can reach out or the students can reach out and the government authorities can review the decision of the university, whether that's really genuine or not, because they spend a couple of years here, they invest huge amount of money, and in between, in the last year or second last year, the university sends them back to Nepal. So the emotional cost, the financial cost, and the mental stress they carry out all these years. So it is irreversible. We cannot compensate this. This is where I'm to answer here, and I have no answer. So I do have a very responsible colleagues here to assist me answering this concern to my students.
Yes. Thank you very much, Bipin. And
I'm happy to take that.
yes, I was going to look at the two of you actually to see if you'd like to, to pick up on all the many points that have been made in the last 5 minutes, and then we'll break this session, have a break, bit of a leg stretch, and then we'll start in the afternoon session. So first of all, give your answers to
it's a very important area, and I'm aware, obviously, we do have colleagues from Home Office, DFE and FCDO here, but I'm not sure they are in the right team, actually, to answer that particularly student migration policy-related question. But in terms of UKISA's work that we do with UKVI, Home Office, very closely, I do want to kind of explain the sort of rationale behind some of the university's decision or the process of whether it might be the lack of tuition fee or it might be other factors that they might have to report the students to the UKVI. This terminology called the BCA, which is the Basic Compliance Assessment, which is the Home Office regulations where how the university can remain as a student sponsor to provide that student visa to the students. So there is a KPI for them to be compliant in terms of, for example, now the new immigration white paper published last May has increased it to 90% of the course completion, where if you are lower than that number, that can be at risk for the university to be revoked from the student sponsor. So it's really hard, which I know I'm defending our members, but it's really hard for universities sometimes to at the risk of losing their student license, to really kind of not, trying their best to support our students in the individual cases, but also not to be compliant with the visa and the regulation. But I think if any message that I'm sure our colleagues here from the government would pass out on to the relevant team is that we do have to think about those individual students and humanize the numbers, whether we're talking about the basic compliance assessment rate or other sort of crisis that students might be facing. These are the individual student lives that, either it's the mental stress that you mentioned, either it might be the other things they're facing. There must be a mechanism to, given that sort of extenuating circumstances, to making sure it's not just black and white to say the students don't have enough funding or that student might have failed their course, I do believe there should be more scope for the government to consider rather than just bluntly increase that compliance rate as we are seeing in the last immigration white paper published. But I'm going to pass on to the government colleague to.
Now I'll take your expert advice on the university sector. So over the last couple of years, I've heard universities' views, probably every university in the UK, and I get this is a problem. It almost becomes universities then versus the Home Office. Yes, absolutely, the white paper did introduce a lot of changes. At the moment, as far as I'm aware, I do know the Home Office don't get involved in those decisions. That is for the university to decide. If the university decides to revoke that license, yes, the Home Office do not get involved. One question I did raise very much at the beginning, and I know universities weren't very happy when I said it to them, we've talked about how many applications internationally every university gets. Huge, we know that. One thing we were noticing at the Home Office and my colleagues who worked at the airports and border force was sometimes when people were coming and turning up at the borders, they actually spoke no English. So you're like, well, how do these people get through the exams and the English test and the university? In my head at the time, I didn't know that much about it at the time. I was like, well, surely they would have had an interview with the university. No. So not every university interviews. It's done through the agent, so there's no actual interview. So I was like, well, could we not reintroduce that? Could every university not interview every prospective, online? I'm not saying they're going to come there personally. And they were like, we simply don't have the capacity to be able to interview every student. So this is where the argument was, I think, us and the universities and the Home Office at the time is like, well, you should make time for an interview of every single student. Because by then you'll know if they can speak English and it's the same person on the screen. But yeah, and we get it. I think it's such a vast system. And I think solution-wise, it's about everybody, once again, I'll keep coming back to, it is about everyone working together. Universities, we need to work together with the universities. You do already work with the UKVI. We've got that compliance framework now as well from the, the quality framework. Yeah, I think it's about working together, basically. Try and get this right with everybody.
One final point I want to make is that every party in isolation is acting rationally. Home Office needs to enforce laws, that's what they're doing. University works under their own frameworks, that's fine as well. A student is using their democratic rights to enter another country, that's fine as well. Agents are selling products made by university, there's a salesman, that's fine as well. Everyone is acting rationally in isolation, but the outcome is still irrational. That's because there is just some system level issues here. Universities have control over the entry requirements, so the narrative should not be that it's just only the agents who should be blaming for, because agents is only selling the university's product. The thing is that universities should be welfare driven enough, not just purely compliance driven. That's the message I wanted to pass.
Thank you very much, Pawan. That's great. Okay, one last question from Sushma. And Premal, I notice you had a question, but can we leave that to the next session? Would that be okay? Yeah, Sushma.
Thank you, Nick. Pawan, I think you rightly resonate what I was trying to say. When we talk about students' recruitment, no doubt agents play a very pivotal role. But what about the role of parents? Since a lot of major career decisions is still solely made by parents for the most of the Nepalese students studying in UK. So what I thought, my question was actually for the MOE, but now we don't have him here. So what are your thoughts? Do you think we should have some workshop for parents or some kind of career guidance for students so that a collective informed decision making can take place? Because it's not only about students who are coming here and who are facing the issues that we all discussed today, but equally I think the stress, the emotional agony and disappointment, the expectations, the aspirations that these family have for these children when they send them, they are also equally at the same position, I feel. So when they see here that their children are struggling, not meeting up the expectations, aspirations, then I think they need to have some kind of support, they need to have some kind of guidance as well, so that they're mentally prepared when they see their children going through such situations here in the UK. So just my thoughts, what are your thoughts on that? Yeah, thank you.
Would anybody like to comment on that? I mean, I think you've identified an issue which needs to be addressed rather than there being any sort of obvious, immediate solution to it. Anybody on the panel want to comment? totally agree. Yeah, great. We all agree. Thank you. Good. Thank you very much indeed. That's been an excellent session. We got through a lot there. Let's have a 5-minute leg stretch. If I can ask you to be back in your seats in 5 minutes' time, and we'll have the second panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thanks. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, could I ask the panelists for the next discussion to come up to the stage, please? Make them go for it. Okay, could I ask you to take your seats, please, and we'll get on with the next session. Please take your seats for the next session. We've done about just over half of the questions.
Yeah.
If you want to pick up on the others, fine.
Really good.
I think it's brilliant.
Are there any questions that you have that you've not got around to asking?
Well,
I've got questions. I'm going to give the first two speakers a little bit longer.
Well, feel free to repeat any questions, but I didn't manage to get down to any of those.
There's a group at the back that I think want the students who want to contribute, so...
Well, give them the opportunity.
Yeah. Perfect.
There you go. Microphone there too.
You can give that to...
To who?
Sorry, did I give this mic to you? Did I give it to you?
Gentlemen, can you please take your seats? Please take your seats.
Okay, if everyone could take their seats. Namaste, namaste. Oh, namaste. While we're just waiting for people to sit down, could you just tell the... Namaste? While we're waiting for people to sit down, just tell the person next to you the strongest message that you have learned today. So just while you settle down, just turn to the person to your... What's the biggest thing that you've learned today? Okay, so welcome to the second panel. I don't need to introduce myself to you in the audience, but for anyone who's on YouTube, who's catching up, who missed this morning, I'm Professor Sarah Parker from Liverpool John Moores University and the chair of the British Nepal Academic Council. And some of the panelists have spoken this morning. If by any chance you've missed that, the Nepalese embassy has recorded, and this is available for you to watch afterwards. So welcome everybody. I'm going to first of all just ask you for a very brief introduction of who you are, but I'll do that linked to the question just to be mindful of time. And Suprina and Sakar haven't spoken yet, and we are starting to hear sort of the narrative emerging. The key issues are really starting to be clarified. So if you have experiences that connect to that, that would be great. But Suprina, are there any issues you feel haven't been raised from your perspective? And please introduce yourself, and yeah, we'll take it from there.
Hello everyone, namaste. So yeah, my name is Suprina and I work full-time as a journalist. So I mainly speak on Nepali politics and what's happening there, but I also make content on it as well on social media. But I'm also doing a part-time master's at SOAS in politics and international relations, and my dissertation is on the Gen Z movement. So I have been currently interviewing Gen Z protesters and getting their opinions on what's happening there. And I've really enjoyed the conversations that have been happening today. And obviously a few challenges have been brought up, like finances, visas. But what I feel has been missing from today's conversation is we've been speaking about the struggles of Nepali students as a whole, but we haven't been looking at the intersectionality within that. And one thing that I mainly wanted to bring up is Nepali women who come to the UK. And they come to the UK, they're students, and of course they're here to study, but they're also here as students to have fun. So they go out, they enjoy themselves, but we really need to have an honest conversation about Nepali women's safety coming to the UK, and speaking about how, especially, it's not known within our culture how taboo it is to speak about some subjects, whether it be sexual assault or whether it be opening up about their mental health, which is obviously not just women, men as well. And these conversations are difficult for people to have. So of course these resources are available, such as helplines, but we can't expect Nepali students who are coming to the UK to utilize these helplines and speak openly about situations such as sexual abuse or mental health when they've never had these conversations at home. We can't expect them to come to the UK and speak about it with strangers. And I think this is a conversation that really needs to be had, is not just having these resources available, but also breaking stigmas within our community to enable these students to actually speak about it. And another point that I think hasn't been raised as well is a lot of students are also coming to the UK because it's not now, with what's happening in America in terms of immigration and racism, people are seeing the UK as now a viable option because they're scared, but they're not also being aware of the political climate that's happening here and the rise of political ideologies such as the Reform Party and these Unite the Kingdom protests. And Nepali students are, again, also very vulnerable to racism, and because of that language barrier as well. So again, that needs to be spoken about on how we can help these Nepali students with dealing with racism and tackling these issues, because I don't, again, think that that's been spoken about enough today, and these are real issues that they're dealing with.
I think those are really important issues as well for Nepali students who are born here, British Nepali students. So thank you for raising that, because on one of my slides, it said something about taboos and break the silence. And that links to my research on menstruation and the importance of speaking. There may not be a solution or support, but actually speaking. And so could you just reflect a little bit on the role of social media, given that you're involved in that area, and journalism, the news?
So in terms of social media, I think somebody mentioned it earlier, it's not hidden that there's so much misinformation online, and it's really hard to trust the sources that are out there. So my main role that I try to do within my videos is to inform people and to target credible sources that they can refer to, such as the helpline that they can go to. But again, social media is such a powerful tool, and especially people in Nepal are seeing that. The recent Gen Z movement was created and mobilized through social media, so they know how to use social media. We all are on social media, but it's about, again, using that to share credible information and not spreading misinformation, I think.
Thank you. I'm moving to Sagar from King's College, London. It feels like university challenge. So yeah, especially going around the way we're going. Would you like to add from the Nepali Society's perspective that you run, the practical things that you do, but also anything that you feel has been missing from the dialogue today?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Zakarai, and I am the secretary of KCO Nepali Society, and I've been invited here to come and also discuss about finding solutions for Nepali students who are internationals here, but as we are mainly home students, how we can also support them and what other things we can bring into the conversation as well. So I think Suprina brought up some very important things, like Nepali women should know, and should know where they can seek help regarding taboo topics such as sexual assault, sexual violence. Further to add on to that, I think before Nepali students come here, they should, I'm not sure if it's compulsory or not, but they should have, the universities and the agencies should provide compulsory training and education on their rights, because Nepal, there are rights in Nepal, but people don't talk about it as much, and lots of things are kept under the rug, and it's a very, and people don't like to talk about it, but they should know when they come here that they do have their rights, they do have legal protection, there are also people out there to help, and the universities and the societies such as us, we're also here to help them as well if they have problems. I'm not sure what other taboo topics there could be, but maybe even religion, maybe casteism could even be an issue that people don't talk about. So I think all of these issues should also be come to the spotlight as well. Further adding on to it, as we were saying, Nepali students are coming here, and they're coming in great numbers, as we found out today that they're number 5th of the UK's international students. But where do we go from there? Is that something we're meant to be proud of, that Nepal is exporting 5th, it's the 5th? Like, are we meant to be the 4th next year? Like, are we going to continue on this? And do we want there to be a brain drain in Nepal? Are we meant to hold the Nepali government accountable for this? So as I'm sitting here in the Nepali embassy as well, is Nepal's government not doing enough to provide its youth opportunities, the education that they should be able to stay there and build the nation there as well? Coming here, contributing here, that's fine, and sending money back home, that's fine as well. But looking into the future, is this really sustainable? So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And how does the Nepali society, how many students, and do you bring people together, and do you and other Nepali societies, I'd be interested to hear from, create spaces for students to share their issues, and also often reaching out for help is more difficult for men because there's that extra stigma, so, you know, the intersectionality. So anything that you could add on that?
To be fair, I haven't met much international students in our society, but we are always open. We try to do cultural events. We try to do just more chill events. We've done Momo nights as well and stuff like that. So where the community comes together, and we work to do something together. So in these spaces, I hope that people do come and have conversations as well, and that we do provide that sort of environment where if someone is struggling with something, that we can help them. There are also the student unions as well, and we also would recommend them to go to them for help as well. But we try our best as well, as we're students as well, and we also struggle with our own problems as well. So if everyone comes together and helps each other, that's the best outcome as well.
Yeah, perfect. I think also that brain drain question is a really a big one, which we do talk about in the BNAC spaces, about how, you know, how can you go back with that knowledge, and how can we develop and improve the Nepali education system. But there are great improvements and a number of great courses in Nepal, but obviously this desire to travel and get those qualifications is quite strong. Moving on to Pramila, so as well as your role in the all-party group, you have a lot of experience over the years. You've shared these in spaces. Is there anything that's not been touched on or you'd like to expand on, building on what you said this morning?
I think two things. Well, one is actually continuing on from what Sabrina had talked about, which is about sexual health. So, you know, these things are taboo, but me being a sort of big Didi, in a sense, an older sister figure, which some students have been able to confide in me, you know, I have had to help sort out different abortion cases, for example. And, you know, so this kind of sexual education is really important, even knowing what sort of services are available in the NHS. You know, we've had some students who have been either sexually assaulted, they've had to do an abortion, they didn't know what to do, and they're too afraid to go to the GP here. They don't know that these services are free. So they had, I knew one student who had tablets shipped over from Nepal from her friends so that she could induce a self-abortion, you know, which was very, very, very unhealthy and very dangerous. So I do think that better sexual education, as well as thinking about mental health services, not just with the NHS, but within the university system. Yes, it's very difficult to speak to, you know, when people are not used to realizing that they're student counselors, for example. Every university has a counseling office and a disability office. But sometimes when students become more informed about that, they realize actually sometimes it's much easier to speak to strangers. I've had to go to student counseling so many times as well myself. And I found it much easier to speak to a stranger because then they didn't know my family, they didn't know anybody back home in Nepal, and that was much easier that way. Yeah, moving on from that, with the, together with the counseling services, universities here and colleges also have a disability section, and I think that's also very important for students to understand. And the link between how mental health problems like depression is also a form of disability. So sometimes students think, oh, well, we can't get enough counseling or there wasn't enough, but actually you can go to disability services. And I've had to access that myself in university, where you can then be provided a mentor as well. And people can learn about different services there. I myself, just by going to the disability section, only realized that I had dyslexia much, much later in life during my PhD, because, you know, a lot of Nepali students, we learn there's particular ways of learning, so you just cope, you just get on with it, you pass, I won scholarships, so I think, how can I be dyslexic if I have a scholarship, right? But actually, when it comes to certain forms of learning, you realize, oh, there are things that can go undiagnosed, and this is where universities can also come and help services. So to look at these kind of three aspects of health in terms of disability, in terms of mental health and sexual health. Yeah.
That's actually really interesting because my PhD was on non-formal education, and the first question I was asked was, are you dyslexic? And I was not diagnosed then, but yes, I am. And when you go through the menopause, but I prefer sort of looking at being neurodivergent, because again in Nepal there's a lot of stigma around disabilities, so students don't then want to tell their parents that they have a diagnosis because it creates a panic, where actually being neurodivergent I think is a gift. But how this comes back to, we'll maybe come back to this about how we can then educate and inform the parents who are pushing the students. So thank you for that insight. Just one little one, with the artwork and creating safe spaces, I think there's something there we could pick up on in terms of the Nepali societies could run sessions and well-being sessions, not just for Nepali students, but for students who are international, who face sort of the cultural stigmas and taboos, which add on an extra level. But there's also that, I have many students with so many different issues that there is a little bit of a pandemic at the moment because of the world we're living in. So supporting each other is really important. Thank you. Sushma, you spoke this morning about CNS studies, and your webinars that you put on are excellent, and they're on Saturday mornings, so do check out. I think we should all share our platforms. But what are your key insights from today, from both presenting and then listening, and the barriers what are the barriers to actually acting on some of the key issues that you feel have emerged?
Thank you, Sarah. Again, my name is Shishma Basnit. I'm representing Center for Nepal Studies, UK. First of all, I think I should congratulate BNS and His Excellency Mr. Bipin Dewadi GP for organizing this first ever, I believe, if I'm not wrong. I've been in this country for 25 years, and I came in as an international student myself. I did my master's in Brunel University. I then went on to do my PSW, and then again I completed my PhD from Brunel University. So I do have a first-hand experience of what international students really face, the dilemmas, the academic challenges, cultural shock, you name it. It's on the list. So I do exactly feel what our current students are going through. But however, situation was different then, and situation is very different now. When I came in, it was around 2004, a long time ago. We were more academic based, I guess. We came here solely to study. We didn't have any other interior motives. But then having said that, I don't say that this generation or the students who are coming here, like, they have any interior motives, or like, they have any ill feeling, or like, they want to, like, stay here forever. I'm sure it's everyone's right to think about their future. And so these students who come here, they equally, like, they need to think about their future prospects. And we all know how our current Nepal situation is. A lot of youngsters, surprisingly and sadly, they're moving out of the country because there's not much future prospects there in our country. And hence, most of the students are coming here with greater aspirations, future goals. But coming to your question, Sarah, I think, as I said, this is the first time ever, as far as my knowledge is concerned, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the first time that Embassy has taken this initiative where we're talking about international students, the real issues, the dilemmas, and it's a very good platform because everyone from all governing bodies, Home Office, authorities, Nepali diaspora, we all are in a common platform here today for the first time, and I think this is a good opportunity where we all can raise our concerns, voices, issues. But however, having said that, the barriers I think would be, it shouldn't just limit to this seminar or conference. We should also go beyond that, walk hand in hand closely, and try to organize more such events in future where each one of us can collectively support each other, collectively give our inputs, as I think it was Nick's panelist where we discussed about the alumni's role. And I think I really fit in there, like, I really fit in there because as I said, like, I came myself as an international student here, so I know the challenges of and also I do know, like, how you need to balance your life and your work as well as your studies. It can be very, very challenging, especially if you're coming from Nepal, like, where you are, like, silver spoon-feeded by our parents, so to say, like, we come here and then, like, everything is just thrown to us. We suddenly realize, oh, we have to pay rent, like, we've never told that before. We've never even realized that we have to pay rent. We are so used to living in our, as my dad calls it, his hotel. My dad always says that whenever I go to Nepal and I say, like, oh, I like being in Nepal because I don't have stress. And then he always says, jokingly, of course, you're living in your dad's hotel, so definitely you will enjoy the luxuries, So, I mean, like, we never experienced, like, paying rent, council tax, and the other bills that you have to pay. So, of course, like, there are lots of challenges that students have to face here. So, yeah, I think the barriers would be, would be, again, guidance. I think it's very, very important that we equip them with proper knowledge and guidance so that they know what is coming towards them. Equally, I think the role that parents have to play as well back home so that they know that their children or their kids are making the right decisions. Sometimes we do believe that, like, kids, I have a 14-year-old daughter, and trust me, like, she thinks she knows everything, and I'm nowhere in a list, like, But again, that's the age, that's where I was when I made the decision to come to UK. But again, I think these days parents are quite educated as well, and they're well informed. So it's very, very important that you have proper guidance back home. There's enough support so that when you come here and when life throws different things to you, you're not surprised, you're not depressed, and you know the right networks, the right channels where you have to go and approach for the help and support that you may require. And I think I would also like to add another aspect to it. I think I absolutely agree that we need to have some kind of girls' safety and well-being, because these days I see a lot of videos and medias about harassment for the girls, the females. So I think it's very, very important. We Nepalese students, I still like to call we because I still feel as if I'm one of them. Nepalese students are very vulnerable. We are very, very vulnerable. We just believe whatever, like, we hear, or if anyone is kind to us, we just, like, trust them very easily. So I think it's very, very important that we give proper guidance and also give them proper coaching, support, mental support, so that if ever they are in any serious situations, then they know whom they have to approach, to the right person, so that they can get the right guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ramesh, in your role as Overseas Liaison Officer, particularly interested in what works in practice. There's some amazing ideas here, but what works in practice, but also how can we work together? What platforms should we be using rather than all creating our own and creating work for ourselves? How can we best collaborate?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ramesh Vilvase, and by profession I'm a business analyst, and I've been working as a member of RSP Nepal since 2 years. And let me give some brief information about my organization. We have been advocating for students. We have a help desk where we support students. Support can be very simple, like our students come from abroad and then they need help with the job search. We help with CV review, interview techniques, and if there are some employers who are looking for candidates, then we refer them to the employees as well. So, as well as we had an incident last time, late Susan Wali, ONLD UK contributed so much because he was passed away in the UK, and we contributed to with the kind of collaboration with the parents, because university wasn't involved, and we raised fund and all these things we came through. So I think coming back to your questions, I would like to add some more, because like I find a gap between the students, like the prospective students who like to come to UK, in sitting in a home country like Nepal and having the information about the UK and coming here and seeing the kind of real situation. So considering this, I had published kind of all this information in one of the leading portal in Nepal, and I got a good response on that as well. So there is a lots of gap there, you know, like what I've seen so far is if a student is coming for master's or a postgraduate course, they might be studying for 1 year and then paying tuition fees just for 1 year and then going to post-study work, and then they could manage their finances, all these things. But coming in an undergraduate course, a girl, like I like to talk about, link the sexual assault as well. A girl coming from a remote place in Nepal, you know, like parents doing loans or keeping in mortgage and bearing her expenditure to come in UK, and just paying a 6-month tuition fees or a year fee, and then she had to go through 3 years more. You know, like as my data shows, like if a student is working for 20 hours, they could make only £800 per month, and they will be paying £350 to £400 as a rent. So how they gonna kind of manage all these tuition fees? There is a serious concern on that as well. And moreover, you know, if he's a son, their parents are ready to sell the lands and bear the tuition fees and all the expenses. But being a girl is quite difficult. And working with the National Student Helpline and working with ONLD help desks, I have dealt with so many situations like this, like you know, like to pay for the tuition fees, they have to work extra hours. Sometimes they have to go for many day trials and all these things, cashing in, and they have come through very difficult situation. And in some cases, there are some cases of sexual harassment as well. So this is a very miserable conditions, and we have to solve this issue from the very ground level. You know, like we are talking like we want a plan and all these things, but the situation is very different in here. So yeah, this is my experience, and we have been working for that, and we are ready to collaborate on that as well. You had any link of questions on that?
It was more about how we can work better together. Any recommendations?
Yeah, you know, like actually, like let me take the current situation. ONLD UK, merging Nepal and Britain Nepal Society, and we have been working together. We have a Nepal embassy, even Bibin sir is there. So we have been working, and you know, like let me give an example. We had a death in that Barnet last time. So we got a call, and Rajendra sir and me, Rajendra and me were there. You know, like we were working together. Yeah. So nowadays we are kind of sharing so many information together. Because like I live in village, and he lives outside London, and my colleague, they live in different places. So London is quite crowded nowadays. There are loads of Nepali students here. So if I mean, like we can work. We have been working, and we can work in more constructive ways. Like if a student is in a problem in one location, then we can kind of communicate with that issue as well. So, yeah.
No, that's actually a really important point as well in terms of where students are located. There's different costs of living, so we can't just share the generalise. We need to kind of make it, you know, it's obviously a lot cheaper in the northwest, for example, in London. So different challenges in different areas.
And I would like to highlight one more point. Like if a student can get a good job, an NI job, like some say casino, but I prefer NI job for 20 hours, their issues are kind of 50% solved, you know. If you go to village, I like to ask to come to village and see the kind of, this is a crowd area because that's a big Nepalese community. So many students are located in village. There are different shops there, Nepalese shops. If you come in there, we have like kind of, students, they don't even have a place for shelter. They don't have money for food. And they have been kind of without job for 6 months. So that is a bizarre situation there. So we have to work from the very ground level.
Yeah, definitely. It reminded me, Pramila, when you were talking about Aldershot and people reaching out to the MPs. So if you have a Nepalese MP, it helps, but also a larger community. So again, it really is, geography does matter in terms of where students are. So we need to connect, and I'd like to know a little bit more about where they are, especially when they're in smaller communities. That leads on very nicely to Rajendra and the role of the NRN. And you've shared some really positive stories about the support that you and others have provided, but we've also heard sort of anonymous stories of the Nepali community taking advantage. So how can we challenge that and promote a much healthier, supportive relationship? And what role do you play in that in your organisation?
In NRNA, so my name is Rajendra Pudaseni. I come from Nuwakot district of Nepal. I live in Essex. I'm a nurse by profession, currently president of NRNA UK. Two things I want to say today to especially the young colleague. Before I like to comment on Nick. Actually, we wanted to discuss students' burning issues at the Embassy of Nepal, but this got elaborated. Nick did so much hard work, and in my whole stay in the United Kingdom, I've never seen this sort of program, this sort of organic program at the Embassy of Nepal. Thank you so much, Bipin sir and Nick. We have organic people from various organizations, stakeholders, and actually the essence of this meeting is very, very important. So I want to say two things. Number one, we need to go to the community and spread our words. We need to talk to them. We need to say clear and loud our problem, where problem lies. Suprina is a third generation of Nepali living in the United Kingdom. Her granddaughter Drupadi is our guardian and respected guardian. He has done a lot of social work, inspiration. He was like a role model to thousands of Nepalis living in the UK. So it's still raising. Third generation Nepali diaspora is concerned about our safeguarding. So what I want to say is we need to take this message to our communities. We need to go to the communities and spread the word for safeguarding of our kids, daughters, sisters, even brothers. They are vulnerable in the United Kingdom now because of the current situation. Nepali people can't afford to come and live here and study here in the UK. This is impossible. Yes, NI work, black economy work, probably some of the luckiest can survive, but this is really hard. Still, some people are survived, and we survived that. We came as a student, and we have a family and everything. Luckily, we survived. So thanks God for that. So another message is we have a national anthem. That is a very precious thing to have. Precious message gives by our national anthem. So we are hundreds of flowers in one garlands. So if we embrace these two things, go to the community, engage in community communications, and help each other, and be one united Nepali diaspora, we can help the society. We need to spread our words to the people living in the UK and Nepal as well. So we need to work to safeguard our people. Help. I've got hundreds. I don't want to elaborate. I've spoken too much already. So a girl in October comes in contact with a boy. I don't give their name. And they chat each other, and what happens is she trusts the gentleman, boys, whatever, and he takes her to his sister's house. I mean, making the story to look like they love each other, and he takes her to the hotel, and she breaks down early morning, and she gets admitted in the mental health unit. My friend from Wales, I was in Nepal that time, they called NRNA and they emailed me. I was in Nepal that time. I called the NRNA vice president from Wales, and I communicated with Nick and our colleagues. We rescued her, took to Wales, and sheltered her a couple of weeks, and then anonymously we sent her back to Nepal. If you go to some London house, Birmingham houses, 15, 17 kids live in one house, regardless of their gender, and they just behave like as if, they can go anywhere and, everywhere. So the situation is quite alarming, so we need to safeguard. I will just give my message to safeguard. NRNA is there for you, especially the students who have just come from Nepal. We have got student helpline, Nick, us, a national helpline for Nepalis. In one side, NRNA has another helpline, and we have got mental health helpline. We have got confidential domestic violence helpline, whereby we have got few nurses and our female activists in the group. We have posted in the Facebook and everything. you can spread the message. You can contact us anytime and discuss the confidential information, and we signpost for help. We go to the community and we share our community value. We promote Nepalism here so that we can still have, because we have got a very good name in this country. Wherever you go and you say Nepali, British people love. Everywhere you go in the world, we have a very good reputation. We urge all the Nepalese living in the UK to keep our values, to communicate each other, to stay united each other, help each other, and speak for each other. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, given the time, which I haven't got a watch, so I don't know what it is. Do we have? I think questions from the floor now. And if you could just say who you are, and just if it's a reflection or a question, if you could make that clear, please. So if we take maybe 3 questions, and then, so 1, 2, did you have your hand up? No, 2, yeah, 1, 2, and 3, yeah. So we'll take 3 questions to give the panelists time to reflect, and thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. First of all, thank you very much, ladies, who are 3 of ladies who raised the very important topic on today's seminar. Myself being a community leader and the founder president of Women Wings from Tamudi, UK, and the member of Basingstoke Unites Against Racism. So these things relates to me as well, and relates the story from Dr. Susma when she was here earlier. You said about 2004-05. I was here in 2002, married to Laure. So, yeah, as a community leader, I'm concerned about the safety of young Nepalese students, particularly regarding the housing and employment. I would like to know what measures the relevant authorities have in place to protect students from exploitations or abuse. Additionally, how can we raise awareness so that students know where to seek support if they face these sorts of situations in futures or today? Would it fit in a pre-application education program, or is it for another body to do this when the student is in the UK? Thank you.
And we'll take 2 more questions while people are...
Hello everyone, my name is Ayusha Adhikari. I'm currently pursuing my master's degree at University of West of Scotland, London, and I'm a luxury branding student. Today we have talked about the students' problem, what they have been facing, and all sort of problems that even I have been facing. But among all of these things, what we need to talk more about is how we can push students to think beyond what they are doing right now. For example, we need to push students, especially Nepalese students, to focus more on the entrepreneurship. Because if we see the maximum number of students, they are not pursuing their passion. Why? Because the responsibilities the surviving has take place over their journey to look towards what they are looking for in the job market, I would say. And me being a student in the fashion industry, what I would like to look forward is towards the opportunity where I can contribute my creative thoughts, my ideas, where I can promote the Nepalese, not only the Nepalese product, but beyond that, in the international level. So what I would like to request each and every communities, the members of each and every organization that are here today, to please provide a environment, conduct and events where the students will get opportunity to pursue further, to continue to continue their passion that is related to their studies. Not just for the surviving, but to follow their passion as well. So that is my request, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. And over on this side over on the...
Hello. Hello. My name is Chiran Moga. I am the co-president and founder of NEPSOC at Plymouth University. Professionally, I'm a project manager for a defense company. Instead of a question, I had more of a request. I think 2 weeks ago, there was a month ago, there was an international student coming to Plymouth. He was new, and he reached out to us, which I was very grateful for. Obviously, got loads of questions, very confused. What I found quite concerning was the fact that once he arrived to the UK, there was no support. I had to go out there, collect him from the station, tell him how to even get to his house or what to do. Why that kind of support is not there, from the university even, is quite concerning. Another thing I would say is that before this conference, I didn't know that certain organizations like this existed, like the NNRNA or the Overseas Nepalese Liaison Department or Merging NEPSOCs. I did not know that existed. So I request if the Britain Nepal Society could collate an information booklet in a way where all organizations, all informations are in one pack, and you could give that out to all the societies, and that we could then spread it out to our own members in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, that's excellent. And if anyone else, all hands are going up now. We'll do second round, I promise, so make sure that you hold your question. There you go.
I just wanted to answer some of the questions that I feel, and these are really important topics. First, I wanted to touch on your questions about the creative industries, and this is something that I wanted to speak about as well, having been working in the creative industry as a journalist. I think it's so important to stress that the Nepali community is growing so much in the UK, but we are not represented in mainstream media. Our voices are not heard. It's only recently that we were in the mainstream media because of the Gen Z movement, but our voices are not portrayed in anything that we do. And especially what you said about the fashion industry, for example, there's a lot of Nepali people who want to get into that industry but don't know how. And I think the answer to that question as well that I think we can do is the previous panel spoke about the importance of alumni. And I think that's when they can come into this because, like you mentioned, I'm third generation Nepali. So in all honesty, I don't know what it's like to be an international student because my parents were born here, my mama, my maiju, they were all born here. So my experience is very different from that. But there's a lot of British Nepali people who do want to help, but we don't know how. And I think this could be a good way because, again, a lot of Nepali students who have graduated, there's a lot of them who have gone into very successful careers, not just academic careers, but creative careers. But we don't hear about it because back home they don't really speak about creative careers. And I think if we, maybe the Britain Nepali Society or the Nepali Embassy hosted once a month masterclasses with Nepali alumni who are experts in their industries to help these Nepali students, and this can be in tech, it can be in fashion, it can be in journalism, and that will really help network. And this relates to the third question as well about how these resources are not known. And again, I think social media can be a really good tool in letting these things be heard. I think, again, the Nepali helpline, I created a video about the helpline, but I got a lot of messages of people being skeptical on if this was real because they had never heard of it before, and they didn't know if they want to reach out to this number that I gave, and fair enough, because they don't know if it's credible. And the email that was given as well, I think it was like a Gmail email, so that again, they didn't know, is it a reliable source that I could go to? So I think, again, maybe before Nepali students come to the UK, they should be told to go to the Nepali embassy website, and I think the Nepali embassy website should become an information hub, because it's a very credible source. It's a very credible source, and on the website, and I've done my research on other embassy websites, such as the Korean one and the Japanese one, the Jamaican one, and they all have a page of lists of credible resources that you can go to and communities that you can join. So again, I think if it's in one central credible source where you can learn about masterclasses, where you can learn about the helpline or communities, the merging SOC, all of this on one page, I think that would be really helpful.
No, there's some excellent suggestions there. Has anyone else got something to say?
I just actually want to give a shout out to Pawan Kandel, who's over there, who has been very humble, because not only is he the president of Merging NEPSOCs, but he also started this other movement called the YP group, which is the Young Professionals group. And that's actually one of the mechanisms here where we do have, well, they do have these master classes every month. It's free, but it's in London, so maybe there could be like an online thing where they do bring in different people from industries, and they also bring in alumni who are professionals in particular fields, whether it's finance, whether it's tech, whether it's something very, much into the sciences that they bring over. There's also another group that I wanted to also talk about called Creatives for Culture. And Creatives for Culture, they bring in different people, not just Nepalis, but it is Nepali run, but they bring in film directors and different people in the creative sectors. Not yet fashion. I have worked in fashion for over 15 years, actually. And I have been invited. So these spaces do exist, but exactly, the problem is not everybody knows about them. And the ones that happen for creatives culture, that happens in West London. It's even too far for me sometimes to travel to. So yes, this kind of information network hub, as Sabrina suggested, is really, really important, so that there are spaces out there. And I think the accessibility question is, that's very important, where, if students, if you're in Liverpool, you can't go down to London to, listen to somebody in the fashion industry, but perhaps there could be like some kind of hybrid thing where the embassy or some other people can be able to support.
I'd just like to add to that and invite you to the BNAC Nepal Study Days. And we need to train trainers so that everything isn't London-centric. And it's the same in Nepal. There's these great initiatives, and they're very Kathmandu-centric. So if we could train people to do masterclasses and invite you to do one, actually, on fashion in Birmingham in the summer, let's make the most of the opportunities in these links. Because quite a lot of the academics at universities who do research in Nepal are part of the BNAC organisation, and we really do want to learn from you and see how we can support students further. So any more comments from the floor?
And could I just quickly say, not with the creative, but the first question, which we haven't addressed, which was about what authorities can do in terms of safety measures. That is something I think that merits more investigation, because every area has its local council, and people can be able to not just complain to their MPs, but actually on the ground is your local councillors. Quite a few places that have a large Nepali population actually have Nepali councillors. There's been Nepali mayors as well across the UK in different areas. But people are afraid, and I think that's what we have to say. We know that we can report, right? Maybe a student knows that they can report that they're in this house full of 10 people of mixed genders, but then the fear is, okay, but what happens if you report? Will the landlord make you homeless? So, these are the things that people need to think about.
Just one point on Arusha's question. This career fair and talent hunt, student union president can actually organize, in the university hall. they might have lots of talent in the university passing out, like doing graduate, postgraduate. So we could look into that as well, so that we can get the business people through our network. We can ask them to come and look for their prospective employees. So that can be, we can help you on that, the student leaders. Please contact me. We can help you if you need any logistic support to organize something like that program. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We are kind of planning for a webinar for students and skilled workers who would like to kind of participate. We'll provide the information and all these things, and we have been collaborating for this. As that gentleman rightly said, we have ONLD UK. If you go to the website page, there is a booklet there. You'll find the job agencies, how to prepare a CV, how to register for NHS and all these things you can get from there. And one more thing, I like to say, that I would like to give my real example. When I was new in UK, and I wanted to go to investment side. So what I did is, like, London is our business hub, you know, like there are plenty of things here, there are plenty of seminars here, plenty of conferences here. If you like to explore yourself, there are loads of opportunities. You don't need to pay. If you have to pay, you have to pay minimum amount. So you can explore that as well. Check in the website, there are plenty of information there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's a lot of work here for you to do following on from this. And I just would like to give one last round of comments. There's quite a few hands, but they won't have, if you have a final thought you'd like to say, feel free. But it would just be nice to capture all these excited hands in the audience who hopefully have recommendations to add to Nick's to-do list.
I just wanted to comment on this event as a researcher of educational change. So, like, and then also I'm here as the director of internationalization of the University of Southampton, because one of my important role is to support the international students' welfare. What I just wanted to say is that this event, and then what it captures, like the networks and work being done, the coordination, is really a very rare specimen of, actual change to, be brought into this community. Because in theory it happens everywhere, but in reality it doesn't. And I can see that you have successfully mobilized all these people and then gathered together and then organized it in a very effective way. So I really wanted to celebrate that. I think as a change management researcher, I would like to replicate that model and kind of like pick the brain, I think. And I just wanted to offer my voluntary service, because I heard that, in terms of two issues that I identified being repeatedly mentioned, which is public-private partnership, the agent, government, and universities, and then also how to address the issue of language, which I have done in the context of Nepal and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
There was one, there was three quite brief comments, but do say who you are, please. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ganesh. I was an international student. I am a student as well at this point. I'm doing a research at the University College London. At the same time, I run an education consultancy in Nepal and in the UK. So I've been observing everything that is happening since the morning. So I've got few concerns and few things to share. So lately what we have seen is within a year, there are more than 20,000 students coming from Nepal, just from developing nations like Nepal. So what I see there is a kind of systemic injustice and unequal practice within the higher education, where developing nations like Australia, UK are getting 20,000, 30,000 students. I think that's a problem already there. We are also seeing high concentration of students in certain universities, especially in colleges and campuses, private institutions, where I doubt the quality. Private institutions have been primarily set up to make money, and majority of our students are getting into these kind of institutions. And I doubt
the academic quality these students are going to get out of this education. So in this context, there is a kind of bigger picture there, why students are coming from Nepal. It's not just because there is post-study work opportunity, because UK provides a good higher education, quality education. I think the bigger picture is because the infrastructure in Nepal, the higher education in Nepal, are not funded. Fundamentally, lack of quality education in Nepal and the infrastructures that are not built in Nepal have led to this situation where our students from developing nations are coming here.
Can we speed this up a little bit, because that is a huge other topic.
Yeah,
and I just want sort of just a quick concluding comment, please.
Yeah,
sorry.
The last thing which I would like to highlight is I've written something here. Some of the issues we have seen lately is UKVIs and also universities. They fail to refund tuition fees and UKVI, especially the insurance fees that students pay when they apply for visas. They don't even get refunded in 4 or 5 months. It takes at least 7, 8 months. I think that's one of the issues. And what has happened lately in Nepal is some of the pathway providers, which were meant to be teaching and engaged in the welfare of international students, have now become agents in Nepal. And last but not the least, I would like to share something about the agents' practice in the Nepal. Yes, there are issues within the agent network, but are there any agencies that we have promoted? Are there anything lately or over the past few years? Have we ever identified someone who has done well? Because what we have seen is agents have been the face and they have been the targets. I think that's something we need to be mindful as well. Thank you.
No, I think that's a really good point. And I think hopefully students who've studied here and gone back to be agents will actually be ethical and provide great advice. So comment from Stephanie and then one from here. So, sorry.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Lotte. I'm working at SOAS, and at SOAS we have one really interesting framework which I think most of the other universities are also having, which is mental health first aid training. So since we're talking also about professionalization, and I'm just thinking, you know, one helpline, voluntary, and volunteers doing this in their part-time, and then 20,000 students, that won't work. But if in all the universities, the Nepal societies would try and also get training, which can be provided through the university. So if there could be a link so that we have a lot of people from the Nepali society, from the student body, who are trained in mental health first aid, which is usually a 2 or 3 day course. And I mean, it is a little bit expensive, but I'm pretty sure that universities would sponsor someone as a representative. Then I think we could sort of divide the calls, so to say, to the helpline a little bit. Thank you.
Hi, I'm from University of West London, and my name is Ritu. And as she and were talking about, I'm sorry, I don't know her name. Okay, yeah. So just because like you guys mentioned about like career paths and stuff like that, we do have career path in our university. It's not that we don't, but maybe not everyone wants to do jobs. So I would like request, because like I have plans, if I have to stay UK, I would do those things. So like maybe like creating a marketplace where like we could sell something from like what we can do. Like she's a fashion student, so even though I'm not a fashion student, I'm a business student, but I do have ideas. So maybe some markets you can create like some markets for some months or some like in a week or in a month somewhere around summer or something, that would really help. And at the same time, if anyone can contact education minister, please tell like him to like, because like in Nepal there have been promising to have like research-based education, practical-based education for a really long time, and I think even now he told like, oh, it's improving, but there is nothing, like no action taken yet. So that would be my concern and recommendation, that would be a critical thing to like, talk about. Yeah, thank you.
Definitely, and let's hope that's picked up in the new Parliament. I'll stop now because Nick needs to wrap up, but I would like to thank you for this. You've just created a massive workload for yourself. It's brilliant. Thank you. And thank you to the panel.
If you'd like to go and sit down in the next. Thank you very much, Sarah. That was great. Okay, if you'd like to sit down, we'll just wrap up. I think you'll all agree that today has been the most amazing journey. I have learned a huge amount, and in a moment or two I will say thank yous and give recognition to a few people who have helped us organize this event and made it happen and who've contributed. But first of all, I have the almost impossible task of trying to summarize what we've got out of the event today. And I'm not going to try and cover every single detail, but I want you to leave here with a clear idea that what we've done here today is start on a long journey and build momentum. We haven't completed that journey, and so there is more to do. Luckily, I think one of the big takeaways from this event is that we have today created a community of interest in this set of problems. And I go back to what Kailash said in his talk this morning, when he said, survival takes priority over education. That is the problem which many Nepali students have, and that is the problem which we're trying to address. So first of all, in order to maintain this community, I propose that we set up an online community so that we can continue exchanging ideas, so that we can build on the momentum here, so that we can draw in other people in leadership positions among the student community, in the universities, the other organizations and agencies that have a contribution to make to solving these problems. The second thing I'd say is that we will be producing a report on this event, summarizing the next steps. And there will be a few things, more than a few things, to check before that goes out. So don't expect to see that before the end of next week at the earliest, maybe a little bit later. That will include an attendance list with contact details. I know one or two of you said you don't want to share your contact details, but for those of you who do, the contact details will be there so that you can keep in touch with each other. And I hope today has provided you with a networking opportunity to make new contacts and new friendships. I think that one of the points that was raised was that we need to provide information in better ways. And I think it was Sushma, actually, who mentioned that we should perhaps consider putting information on the embassy website. I'll discuss that with the Chargé d'Affaires and see if that's the best way of doing it. But certainly having a one-stop shop where all the information for students is readily available, whether that is a pamphlet, as you suggested, a handout, or whether it's something online, we'll certainly look into that. So the conclusions that I think we need to draw and which we need to work into this future strategy as we move forward are, first of all, that there is a lot of good stuff going on. You've heard from many of the people who are already doing things to try and help students. And I'm delighted that we have heard about that and that we can build on it as we move forward. So we're not starting with a blank sheet of paper. There's a lot in place already on which we can build, which, in my opinion, is a really good news. However, I think we need to do quite a lot of work on the coordination and communication of that information and activities. And I think that one of the ways in which we can do that is by selectively putting together a stakeholder group. It's very difficult to have detailed discussions with large audiences like this or larger. So what I propose is that we should bring together a multidisciplinary stakeholder group which will meet regularly and which will provide, if you like, a sense of direction in all the things that we are doing and also help to develop initiatives which will make the existing things better. I, in consultation with the Chargé d'Affaires, will approach various people, including many of you in the audience today, about joining that group. We won't be able to accommodate everybody, but it's certainly my intention that we should get at least one, probably 2 or 3 representatives from each stakeholder group who has an interest in this set of issues. What will be the program for that stakeholder group moving forward? Well, you've heard from many of the people who've spoken today all sorts of things, but I think we can probably, at a sort of bird's eye view level, gather together those things into 5 or 6 components that go into that strategy and which the stakeholder group can drive forward. The first thing, I think, is to say that I found it enormously encouraging to hear from Mr. Shiva Kumar Sapkota that they are looking at the regulation of agencies. I think also it was absolutely wonderful to hear that the government is going to be making some funding available for students in this country administered through the embassy. That's a pretty major achievement for this conference. I wasn't expecting that, so I think many thanks for your help with getting those things done. However, we need to continue communicating what's going on in government circles, both in Nepal and in the UK, on that issue and on other issues that relate to legislation and policy that affect international students. So I think that's one very important component of the strategy and plan moving forward. The second thing is that we have heard from many of you about the problems with briefing. This is a huge topic because there are many different organizations and individuals involved. However, I think that we need to have that as a work stream in our strategy to develop more and better ways of providing briefings to students before they think of coming to the university, after they've got their university place, after they've got their visa, and when they arrive in this country. So I think the whole question of briefing, both in Nepal and in this country, from various different organizations, is something that we need to put in as part of our plan. The third element, I'd say, is that of informal support. And we've discussed various aspects of this. 2 of the most important components here, I think, are going to be the Nepali community in this country, who, as you heard, are already doing their best to try and help. That we need to help and promote that even further to make that work even better. I think we also can link in to alumni from the different universities and colleges around the country and involve those alumni in supporting students. I think also there is an element here of peer support. a third-year student is obviously in quite a good position to help a first-year student, for example. So that is another aspect of the informal support that we can try and encourage among the different communities we work with. On top of that, another component, I think, is going to be the formal support. And again, we have heard of various complex sets of issues to do with visas, problems with accommodation, problems to do with mental health, a whole range of other issues on which actually, although informal support may help, it needs formal support, particularly when it comes to things to do with legislation, government policies and so on. People will need professional help with those kind of things. So I think formal support is going to be another very important component. To make all this work, we need information. Now, you saw in some of the presentations today, there is information out there about where the students are, which universities they're at, numbers and so on and so forth. I think we need to critically review that and also develop a more comprehensive and inclusive system of collecting data about students so that we have a sound set of data on which we can base decision making. So I think putting together an information database is going to be an important part of all this. My personal feeling, but I think we need to discuss it further, is that the stakeholder group will not have either the knowledge, the abilities, or perhaps even the bandwidth to be able to deal with all these things we're talking about. Some of them will require an investment in time and money to make them happen. And I think, therefore, we should consider setting up an executive arm of the stakeholder group in the form of a student office. I don't have any preconceptions or ideas about where we would set that up, how it would be configured, how many people it would be, or how we'd pay for it. But I think we should look into that, because I think if we can create a student office which is always there and always available for students to turn to for advice and guidance and help, I think that would be an excellent way of bringing together all these different strands. It may not be possible, it may not be affordable, but I think we should certainly look into it and satisfy ourselves as to whether it is or isn't something we can look into. There may be a number of other things that we would want to include in our strategy, but what I've just outlined, I hope, captures the whole range of issues which we've been discussing today. So I would like to wrap up by thanking various people for the opportunity we've had, first of all, to come together, and secondly, to have what, in my opinion, have been some truly excellent discussions about all the various issues. So first of all, on my side, in the Britain-Nepal Society, I've had 5 ladies who have been extremely helpful in pulling things together. First of all, Anne Griffith at the back there, who has helped enormously. Anne has helped enormously with putting the attendance list together. Adrienne, who is in the front here, who has been helping with things as well, and well done on the timings. You may not have noticed, but she was holding up little signs at the front saying 2 minutes to go, 1 minute to go, and finish. So thank you very much. You did a brilliant job. MJ at the back is the secretary of the Britain-Nepal Society. And you have her to thank for lunch. She has been, as well as helping on the front desk, she organized the lunch, which I'm sure you'll all agree was delicious. Thank you. And thank you too to Monty's Restaurant and the manager Sanjeev for their help with that. 2 other people who have been lurking at the back are Meda Chetri and Rachel McGowan. Meda is the fundraising manager for the Britain-Nepal Charitable Trust, and she's very kindly been helping on the merchandise stall. And Rachel is a member of both the Britain-Nepal Society and the Britain-Nepal NGO network, helps a lot with our website, and thank you very much for your help today, Rachel. Much appreciated. I would like, again, to thank His Excellency the Chargé d'Affaires for letting us have the event at this location. I think you'll agree, I mean, it's a wonderful central location for events like this, and it's very appropriate to have something about discussions about Nepalese students in the embassy. So we are very grateful to you. Thank you again so much for letting us have the event here. Behind the scenes, there have been several members of the embassy staff who have helped out organising things, but I'd particularly like to thank the two office secretaries, Bikram and Sandesh, who you probably haven't noticed. She's been hiding down behind here the whole time. But I think you'll agree they've done a brilliant job on the audio visuals, which have worked extremely well. So thank you both very much indeed. I would like to thank particularly our speakers and our panelists who have been, greatly involved in a lot of the discussions and developing a lot of the ideas. So I'm not going to go through all of you by name, otherwise we'll be here for the next half an hour, but I would like to say thank you very much indeed to you all. Okay, is somebody remotely wanting to talk? Yes, ma'am. Hello. Mr. Shiva Kumar Satkota, can you hear us? Mr. Satkota, can you hear us? No, never mind. I think he said thank you earlier. I think he said thank you earlier, so. Never mind. But the thought was there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much to all our speakers and panelists. And last, of course, thanks to all of you for coming to this event. I think you'll agree that it's been a huge success in terms of the output, the very constructive discussions we've had, the fantastic exchange of information, and above all, the level set that we have achieved to actually take things forward in future. So I'd like to end there. I would like to give the last word to His Excellency, the Chargé d'Affaires. Would you like to say a few words to round things off?
Thank you, Nick, for your wonderful contribution to carry out this program. Please give him a round of applause. It would have been really impossible to me to host this program without his support. And behind him, there is a team working, for a long time for the success of this event. So I thank you, everyone. Each of you are special for us because you came here with a sense of responsibility for our students. So not only the officials from Home Office, from Foreign Office, from the Department of Education, from British Council, from British Embassy in Kathmandu, from Foreign Ministry in Kathmandu, from Ministry of Education in Kathmandu, from Britain Nepal Academic Council, from Britain Nepal Chamber of Commerce, and Sushma Madam is there. She represents herself and her institution. That is CNS, sir? CNS. And there is APPG. And there are many more organizations and students, and RNA is there. It's a lovely gathering, lovely gathering. Morning Nepsos is here, Professor Ravindra is here. You know, they're doing wonderful, wonderful job. So even student leaders are here, representing a lot of universities. So it's an amazing experience for us. And community representatives are also here. So this is the first go, but there are many more episodes to come. And I hope I will get the support from your side, and our interactions will be even more productive and targeted, you know, to resolve the problems, address the problems in future of our students in future. So thank you, everyone. And especially from the side of embassy, I'm always there for our students. Of course, I'm sending a lot of emails, receiving a lot of phone calls from our students, and there is no free time for me or for my team. It's a 24/7 job. There is no Christmas, there is no New Year, there is no weekend, and there is no after office time for us. So we are a small team here, but we are for our people. And we are trying our best. And I would like to assure you that we will be doing the best we can. But again, we do not have like capsule-like solution. Like we give capsule to our students and they take it and the problem is solved, nothing like that. So I request them to have a sort of resilience, to have patience. It takes time to resolve solution, and it's not like all the concerns, demands of the students are, you know, whatever, like, it's not like child pampering, like we need it. No, it doesn't happen here. So it happens based on merit, based on logic, based on rules and regulations. So there are certain procedures, but it's already late. It's a full-day event. Thank you for your patience, importantly. Thank you for bracing up and addressing our courage. You've done our day, you've made our day. It's a wonderful day. Thank you, everyone.
But before you go, there's been a request for a group photograph. So could you all come up to the stage and we'll try and organize a group photograph up here. Thank you.
And finally, I miss our colleagues from media. They have done wonderful, wonderful job to capture our moments. Shiva sir and his team, you know. So thank you, Shiva sir. Without you, our mission would remain, you know, incomplete. You're sending our message. You are the media. You are the medium through which we're conveying our, you know, efforts.
Okay, this is me, yeah? Yeah. Hello. Group photo.